Chapter 181. She's not poisoned, nor does she seem to have taken any drugs to confuse her mind. Instead, she seems to have been frightened by something so terrible that she can't control her mind now. Several of the most famous doctors in the capital came to the same conclusion after diagnosing Qi Jueyu. Lord Qi's eyes were bloodshot as he asked, "Is there any possibility of my daughter recovering?" The doctor said hesitantly, "It's hard to say. There have been many similar cases, but some people slowly get better after a few years. They regain their sanity and can live a normal life. There are also some people who don't. It depends on their luck." Qi Zhanyu seemed to be disturbed by their voices. She suddenly woke up, and her unfocused eyes glanced around. She immediately screamed and returned to her original cute state. Mother Hui and the others, who had just taken a breath, hurried forward to stop her from hurting herself. But the closer they got, the more frightened Qi Jueyu was. She fell from the bed and crawled under it. She screamed as she crawled, "Ah, ah, 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 don't cut my skin, don't cut my skin. Prince Xiaohou, come and save me. Come and save me." Lord Qi said bitterly, "Last year, Huijin died tragically for no reason. This year, the disaster is transferred to Jueyu. What did my Qi family do?" As the suspect who killed Qi Huijin, Ning Shu quickly retracted her neck and quietly walked away from Qi Jueyu's window. When she stepped out of Qi Jueyu's courtyard, she seemed to be able to hear Qi Jueyu's creepy and incomprehensible scream, "Give me back my skin." Tan Siwei was already waiting at the door of the Supreme Court. Ning Shu immediately said as soon as she got off the horse, "Sorry to keep you waiting." For convenience, she was wearing men's clothing. The belt that was slightly too wide for her was tightly wrapped around her slender waist. It was so small that it could not be grasped easily. As she leaped down from the horse, it curved like an admirable crescent moon. Tan Siwei blushed when he saw her. He lowered his head and said, "It's my pleasure to be able to solve the case with Lady Ning. I've sent people to bring back the 11 beggars who lived under the bridge where Miss Qi was found. The interrogation has just begun. Lady Ning, please come in." Tan Siwei personally led the way. Ning Shu didn't stand on ceremony with him. She put down the horsewhip and followed him inside. "Io, this matter really doesn't have anything to do with us. Who would have thought that mad, oh no, this young lady is actually the daughter of the Marquis." In the Supreme Court's prison, 11 unkempt beggars with dirty faces and dirty bodies were crying out in unison in front of the iron bars. Tan Siwei glanced at them and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to cry out your grievances. Since the person was found under your bridge, it must have something to do with you. Don't even think about trying to fish in troubled waters. If you're smart, it's best to tell the truth about everything you know. That way, you might be able to atone for your crimes by performing meritorious deeds. Or, it might be beneficial to the case and you might even get extra rewards. If you're not smart, don't even think about taking a step out of the Supreme Court's prison." Ning Shu didn't expect that Tan Xiaoqing's mind would be so clear despite his young appearance. No wonder he was able to sit in the position of Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court in just a few years. It was obvious that he was talented. Tan Siwei's words caused the rowdy beggars to quickly settle down and stop making noise. Ning Shu thanked Tan Siwei and stepped forward to ask, "May I ask, when did the Qi family's 4th young miss appear among you? The first person to answer will be rewarded more." The beggars who were sentenced to prison weren't afraid, but if they answered well, they would be rewarded. Thus, they all cooperated. "It was late last night. We were sleeping soundly and didn't even know what time it was outside. Suddenly, we heard a series of horse hooves approaching in our dreams. We thought it was some family's carriage passing by and didn't think much of it, so we went back to sleep. Not long after, we heard another noise. It sounded like a heavy gunny sack had been thrown in. We were woken up by the noise and opened our eyes in a daze. We found that there really was a gunny sack and there was a living thing moving inside. We woke up in fright and hurriedly got up to see what was going on. Then, we saw a carriage parked not far away. Chapter 182. Who was the one driving the carriage? Do you still remember the appearance or the characteristics of the driver? The breed of the horse, the color, the carvings on the carriage, and other information. As long as you remember, no matter how big or small, tell me everything. Ning Shu thought that the 11 witnesses here would at least give some useful information. Unexpectedly, the 11 of them shook their heads at the same time. We didn't see clearly. There are so many of you. How can you not remember a single one? Ning Shu asked with a frown. The beggars looked at each other guiltily, and then shrank their necks and said, because that person threw a bag of broken silver at us. Then we were busy picking up the silver and didn't look carefully. When we finished picking up the silver, the carriage had already run away with the people. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That person could be considered to have a good understanding of human nature. This trick was really good. At the side, the official who participated in the interrogation whipped the beggars and said angrily, "A group of good-for-nothings who only care about money." The beggars dodged and cried, "Let the lords know." We thought that some manner was punishing a disobedient servant or a concubine who made a mistake. When we saw that the person in the bag was crazy, we didn't dare to provoke her. Who would have thought that it was Ho Fu's daughter? If we knew the truth in advance, even if it was 10,000 taels of gold, we wouldn't dare to pick it up. This kind of meaningless whipping did not have any effect. Ning Shu reached out and stopped them. She thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Where is the cloth bag that contained the fourth daughter of the Qi family now?" A beggar at the side took out the cloth bag from his arms and volunteered, "It's here." Ning Shu took the cloth bag from his hand and carefully looked at it from front to back. Her eyes flashed, and then she used her fingers to pinch a few fine grass pieces from the gap of the cloth. She put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Her eyes looked thoughtful. "Do you remember the direction that the carriage came from?" "I remember that one. It's from the north of the bridge." After Ning Shu asked the last question, she walked out of the prison with Tan Siwei and the others. She put the grass to the tip of her nose and sniffed it a few times. Then, she deliberated and said, "Lord Tan, please send your officers and brothers to search the northern part of the city from house to house, with the bridge as the center, to search for cattle, horses, sheep, and other peddlers, or those who sell livestock and fodder. The distance should be within 5 li, at most 10 li." An official from the Supreme Court saw how arbitrary she was and asked suspiciously, "Why is that?" She was a woman, and a woman with a bad reputation at that. So what if she had solved the Phoenix Terrace case? Didn't they all say that she had an expert guiding her from behind? Moreover, the interrogation just now was really nonsense. How did she come to a conclusion? Could it be that she was deliberately mystifying things? Ning Shu was not the least bit annoyed by the questioning gazes around her. She had experienced so many vicious glares and curses that this was nothing to her. Ning Shu curled her lips into a decent smile and explained in detail in an orderly manner, "There are city patrol officers patrolling the capital every night. If the other party was driving a carriage at night and was accidentally seen by the city patrol officers, they would definitely be questioned. If I were the other party, I would definitely not take a detour to transport the Qi family's fourth young mistress out of hiding. Instead, I would choose a place that was relatively close or not too far away to abandon her and leave immediately. This way, I would have the greatest chance of avoiding the city patrol officers. In addition, my daughter's nose is naturally more sensitive. Although these grass have been left here for a long time and have long dried up, there is still a lingering smell. It is very similar to a type of fodder called alfalfa that is used to raise livestock. Therefore, my daughters secretly thought that this cloth bag was undoubtedly used to store fodder. In addition, before I came to the Supreme Court, I saw the Qi family's fourth young mistress and smelled, an unpleasant smell on her body. Ning Shu did not say directly that the smell on Qi Zhuanyu's body was the stench of livestock manure. Chapter 183. After Ning Shu finished speaking, the official still didn't seem to believe her on the surface. Ning Shu didn't say anything more. Investigating the case was more important, and arguing would only waste time. She secretly sighed in her heart. These people were not as efficient as Xiehou Qing's men. Tan Siwei took the few pieces of grass in Ning Shu's hand and carefully looked at them. Then, he clapped his hands and praised, "Lady Ning is right. I will immediately take people to search from house to house. Thank you, Lord Tan, for your trust. I will rely on you for this matter." After asking Tan Siwei for help again, Ning Shu immediately took her leave. Not far away, someone was waiting for her. It was Chun Yang of Chasing Cloud and Moon Chasing Tower. Perhaps she had been waiting for a while. Chun Yang had been tiptoeing around the corner of the Supreme Court's entrance. When she saw Ji Yun Shu coming, she immediately waved her hand. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and said, "Chun Yang, I asked you to ask your sisters about the matter. Did you find any clues?" Chun Yang said, "In the past few days, I've asked all the sisters he know, and they also asked their own acquaintances. Only then did I get some vague information from one of the sisters. But I don't know if it's useful or not. I wonder if it can help eldest Miss Ning." Ning Shu smiled and said, "I have troubled you these days. When the case is solved, I will definitely invite you to drink. As for whether it is useful or not, you can tell me. I will judge for myself. Then I will remember. Lady Ning, don't think you can get away with this wine." Chun Yang covered her mouth and laughed with Ji Yun Shu. Then, she returned to the topic. "It's like this. Lin Yang of Chonghua Tower once received a guest. That guest used to come to her every few days. He could be considered her old lover. That guy is called Feng San. He used to be a traveling merchant who sold leather goods. He traveled between the western regions and the capital all year round. He had a mouth that could coax people to death. But his appearance was really frightening. There was a big lump on his forehead. Because his appearance was not good, he was always disliked by women. He often went out to sell goods and was not in the capital. He was worried that his wife might not be obedient at home even if he got married. So, he has been single for so many years. Every 10 to 15 days, he would come to me. Lin Yang of Chonghua Tower cracked a small piece of medicine to add color to the pill while telling Ning Shu what she knew about the past. She was a woman who had long passed her prime, but she was still full of charm. Every move of hers was filled with the charm of a young girl. Ning Shu quickly caught on. He used to sell leather goods. Does that mean he changed his profession? Miss is smart. Lin Yang's red lips curled up. She looked at Ning Shu from head to toe, but before I say anything, I have to make it clear to Mississippi. My relationship with him is just that of a buyer and seller. There is no such thing as a private relationship. No matter what he did, it has nothing to do with me. Ning Shu understood her concerns and said, "That is natural." Lin Yang put down the medicine and walked to the window to dry it. Then, she began to talk. About 10 years ago, at that time, this person sold leather goods for a living. He had some money in his hands. But this person was really ugly and liked to abuse women. He would often leave whip marks and blood marks on the women's bodies. No sisters in the tower were willing to accept him as a customer, so the brothel mother forced him to me. At that time, I had just been sold to Chonghua Tower. My father owed a large gambling debt and I had no choice but to deal with him. Li Nyang stretched out her arm, revealing the old scars on her snow-white arm. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were new, and some were old. Layer upon layer, it was a ghastly sight. Ning Shu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 184. Li Nyang rolled down her sleeves and covered up the scars. At first, I hated him very much, but as time passed, I figured out a way to deal with him. Later on, the injuries I suffered gradually lessened. Her voice contained a kind of dull sorrow that made Ning Shu's heart ache. Elder sister can embellish it with small petals and pearls to make it look even more special. Ning Shu walked over and placed a few pearls next to Li Nyang's hand. Then she said, if you grind the pearls into powder and mix it with 7 whiteness powder, it'll double the effect of removing scars. Elder sister can give it a try. A beauty past her prime wanted to retain her beauty the most. Li Nyang stared blankly for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll give it a try tonight. She continued, after interacting with him for another 2 or 3 years, I discovered that he was becoming more and more extravagant. He was much more generous than before when he was selling furs. He didn't even pick up the pieces of silver that fell on the ground. So I asked him what was going on. At that time, he drank some wine and was in a good mood, so he explained to me that he had changed his line of business to selling furs. Although that line of business was profitable, the risks were also high. If he was unlucky enough to encounter bandits along the way, he could still lose money. So he changed his line of business to selling horses. I asked him, is there no risk in selling horses? If he encountered bandits, wouldn't he also be unlucky? He refused to say it clearly, only deliberately mystifying things. Horses are good. Horses are obedient and won't be easily targeted by bandits. Moreover, there'll be someone to take care of them when they arrive, so there's no need to worry about not being able to sell them. If these horses don't listen halfway, they'll be slaughtered and sold for horse meat. In any case, it's just these kinds of repetitive words. I also didn't understand much, so I didn't ask again. Ning Shu said, then what's the connection between this Feng Santong and the strange rumors of humans turning into monsters? About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a very popular stall that raised strange beasts in the capital. Every day, they would set up stalls all over the capital to attract customers. One day, they set up a stall in front of our magnificent Splendor building, attracting many people. I also watched from the window upstairs for a long time. I saw the stall owner instructing the strange beasts under his control to kowtow to people and write a few auspicious words. In exchange, he would receive a large sum of money. Every day, he could be considered to be earning a lot of money. I couldn't help but sigh. They both came out to sell their smiles, but why was it so easy to earn money from them? I've been going through hell and back. Feng San happened to be next to me that day. He sneered while drinking. His smile was strange and mysterious. I was very curious, so I poured him a lot of wine and asked him if he knew the reason behind it. In a daze, he muttered, this thing is made of flesh and blood. 10 human lives in exchange for 1 spirit. Remember, it's 10. Then he let out a chattering laugh and fell asleep. When he woke up, he refused to say a single word and even whipped me. 10 human lives in exchange for a spiritual monster? What did that mean? Ning Shu thought about it several times in her heart, but she still couldn't understand. She suppressed her curiosity for the time being and continued to ask, did Feng San look for you recently? Now that I think about it, he hasn't been here for a while. The last time he came to find me was 2 months ago. Either he went to sell his horse again, or he got tired of me and went to find another woman. Who knows? Li Nyang sneered, if he got tired of me, it's a good thing. But the other girls will have to suffer again. Sister, do you know where Feng lives? Let me think. I seem to have heard him mention it before. Ning Shu's mouth was sweet. Lin Yang was very happy to hear her calling her sister. She seriously thought about it for her. After a while, she suddenly realized, it seems to be the Drinking Horse Alley. Yes. It's there, in the north of the city, Drinking Horse Alley number 13. I don't know if it's number 15. You can go there and ask. Ning Shu stood up. The Drinking Horse Alley in the north of the city happened to be 4 or 5 li away from the bridge where the beggars lived. There, it was very likely there. Chapter 185. After running around like a headless fly for so many days, Ning Shu finally found 2 threads that were connected together. Ning Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. She solemnly thanked Lin Yang and immediately ordered someone to invite Tan Siwei and also sent someone to inform Hui Mo. She had a hunch that Hui Mo would come in handy. Wow, what's this smell? As soon as they walked into Yinma Alley, a group of people was staggered by the strong pungent smell. Hui Mo covered his mouth and nose and curiously stood at the entrance of the alley to look inside. It was difficult to describe what kind of smell it was. It was fishy, stinky, greasy, and rotten. It was as if every piece of mud in the alley was soaked in this complex smell. It was much more layered than the smell of corpses in the mass grave. It aroused Hui Mo's great interest. Compared to talking and asking about longevity locks from house to house, it was much more interesting to do an autopsy. This alley is located in the north of the city and is relatively remote. Most of the people living here are butchers who slaughter pigs and sheep. In other places, they may be looked down upon. Only here, no one despised each other. So slowly, more and more people came to live here. Let's walk inside and find someone to ask. Ning Shu neatly stepped down from the horse. Okay. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell was. The officials of the Supreme Court could not help but cover their mouths and noses. They stood at the entrance of the alley and reluctantly walked inside. But they saw Lady Ning did not blink. She held the hem of her robe and walked into the alley without any hesitation. While walking, she sniffed the disgusting air as if she was trying to distinguish something. The officials thought, she is indeed the first female general of Great Yu. She is indeed extraordinary. She is so scary. Tan Siwei clumsily climbed down from the horse and quickly followed Ning Shu's footsteps. He walked in front of her and Hui Mo. He knocked on the door of a house and asked. Soon, he found out that Feng San lived in the deepest part of the alley, number 15. The officials of the Supreme Court had a trap and trotted to the door before Tan Siwei. Is there anyone in? The government is handling a case. There was no response. Stop knocking, it won't open. Ning Shu's nose twitched, and her face tightened. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she whispered, I smell the stench of a corpse. The door was kicked open by Hui Mo with a loud bang, and the door squeaked in pain. Logically speaking, even if the people present hadn't personally solved the case, it was common to see corpses. But this time, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them. A timid official collapsed on the ground and pointed at the bloody thing in the courtyard and shouted, Wolf, wolf demon. This was a wolf demon. There really is a wolf demon. Because that thing clearly looked like a human. It had a head, 4 limbs, arms, and thighs. It was about the same length as an ordinary person, but its entire body was covered in black wolf fur. Every tip of the fur was stained with black dried blood. The crowd had long heard of the rumors of the wolf demon. When they saw the scene in front of them, they instinctively took a few steps back, wishing that they could escape immediately. So, this case has been solved. The legendary wolf demon that pestered the fourth Miss of Qi for revenge and made her disappear and go crazy really exists. Even Ning Shu couldn't help but shrink her pupils when she saw the horrible scene in front of her. But she quickly calmed down and called Hui Mo, immediately took out 2 pairs of pig-soaked gloves and handed them to Ning Shu. Then, the two squatted in front of the strange corpse in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 186. Is it a monster? It doesn't look like it. Its limbs, torso, and head are clearly in the shape of a human. If it's really a monster that has cultivated for hundreds of years and has a human form, it's too cowardly to die so casually. In front of the officers of the Supreme Court, Ning Shu and Hui Mo squatted on the left and right sides of the wolf demon. They rolled up their sleeves and stretched out their hands to touch the bloody thorns that made people tremble in fear. As the two of them fought, they also cracked jokes that gave people goosebumps all over their bodies. I think so too. If it was killed so easily, the threshold of becoming a monster is too low. Ning Shu nodded at Hui Mo as she turned over the demon corpse, covered with sharp black wolf fur with him. Ning Shu carefully searched the demon corpse that was neither human nor demon. Her expression was serious and she didn't mind the wonderful smell and the beautiful scene at all. She had already made 2 officers vomit. Soon, she found the mystery. She lifted a piece of sticky flesh from the back of the monster corpse's neck with her hand wearing a pig's blister glove. From this cut, it should be that someone poured boiling water from the back of the monster corpse. After the skin was scalded, a cut was made from the back of the neck. Then the skin was slowly peeled off and fresh wolf skin was pasted on the bones and flesh without skin. Judging from how the skin and flesh fit together, the other party did it quite seriously and tightly. The places where the wolf skin was joined together and the places where it didn't fit tightly were even sewn together with a needle and thread, making it impossible for people to see any flaws at first glance. TSK, what a skillful embroidery. Looking at the corpse of the wolf demon that could be said to be perfect, Ning Shu was not stingy with her praise. Hearing this, the officers who were vomiting on the wall turned pale and vomited even more violently. Even Tan Siwei's face changed. He was shocked by Ning Shu's fierce action. After mocking, Ning Shu restrained her expression and said seriously, "Why don't you guess who this dead man is?" Tan Siwei thought for a while. Feng-san. Yes. Ning Shu pointed at the bump on the wolf demon's forehead. Everyone, look here. Although his skin has been peeled off, the sarcoma on his forehead is still there. According to Lin Yang's description, it matches Feng-san's without a doubt. After saying that, her tone changed and she revealed a thoughtful expression. But where did his skin go? Could it be? Her eyes followed her thoughts and slowly moved to the abdomen of the corpse, then stopped. Don't tell me it's inside. Opposite him, Hui Mo took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. That's too miserable. Should we dissect it? Ning Shu nodded. Cut it open. Even if it's a torn piece of paper, we have to find a way to put the pieces back together, let alone a whole piece of human skin. Hui Mo hesitated, but it's been dead for about 3 days. Even if it's still there, it's probably rotten. Ning Shu, on the other hand, was more open-minded. Let's just give it a try. As long as we can find a piece or 2, it will confirm our guess. Okay then. Hui Mo began to take out the knife and took a wooden basin to feed the horse water from the manger next to him. He splashed it with water and prepared it for later use. Ning Shu helped. Before cutting the knife, she said to Tan Siwei and others, "We will dissect the body here. Please search this room. Maybe you can find a lot of useful things." People in the Supreme Judiciary were relieved. They rushed into Feng-san's room and began to search for suspicious evidence. Ning Shu couldn't help laughing. She looked at Hui Mo and the sharp knife flashed with silver light. She cut the rotten meat exposed after the wolf's skin was peeled off, so, we already know some details of the case. In Prince Nanping's mansion, Xiahou Qing slowly pushed a cup of tea in front of Ning Shu. Then he picked up another cup and put it to his lips. Chapter 187. Ning Shu silently watched him leisurely sip his tea. She then looked at the wooden basin filled with indescribable things that she had placed not too far away. She thought to herself, the people from the Supreme Court are secretly saying that I'm a freak. That's because they haven't seen Xiahou Qing yet. Even if his sense of smell failed and his eyes couldn't see, he clearly knew that the wooden basin filled with Feng San's things was right next to him. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable in his heart, he could still elegantly drink his tea. Just this kind of willpower alone was above hers. At the very least, she couldn't eat anything right now. She would have to wait until she calmed down. Quietly pushing the cup of tea and refreshments to the side, Ning Shu said, I think the motive for the crime has already been revealed. If my guess is correct, the head of that vaudeville troupe should have already been decapitated. Not long after, Jussi came in with the information he had just found out. That troupe leader's surnamed son had indeed died 6 years ago. The reason for his death was recorded in the records was that he had been bitten to death by a wild beast. His death was also exceptionally tragic. Ning Shu's guess was confirmed. Xiahou Qing put down his teacup and gently tapped his finger on the table a few times. He slowly said, so you're saying that this is a case of revenge spanning many years. Whether it's that troupe leader's surnamed son, Feng San, or Qi Zhuanyu, they were all targets of the other party's revenge. Ning Shu took a deep breath. Many images flashed through her mind. There was Feng San covered in wolf skin, the deranged Qi Zhuanyu, and the little wolf demon who had been dragged to death by a carriage several years ago. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel more indignant or more sorrowful. She only felt her entire body turn cold, as if she was in the middle of winter. She softly opened her mouth and said, yes. She took out a booklet that looked like an account book from her sleeve. After opening it, she saw that the handwriting was crooked and full of mistakes. Lin Yang confirmed that it was Feng San's writing. Several dozen thin pieces of account book were thrown onto the road. Most passers-by would find the words ugly and smelly and refuse to pick them up. However, it recorded an event that made people's souls tremble. Ning Shu's soft voice slowly read the words recorded in the booklet. At this moment, because of the content she was reading, her voice condensed into a layer of chilling ice. Even the few tender yellow sparrows on the flower shelf silently stopped chirping. Year 13 of Heaven's Selection, 17th of May. What bad luck. This time, we met with robbers again. They didn't even leave behind a single piece of skin for me. This trip was for nothing and I even lost my capital. Tomorrow, I will definitely kill the whole family of these robbers. The 14th year of Heaven's Selection, the 10th day of the 12th month. Counting this year, I've earned a total of 75 taels of silver. Not bad. I'm not young anymore, it's time for me to find a wife to play with. I heard that the Su family's daughter in the neighboring alley is quite pretty, hee. In the 14th year of Heaven's Selection, on the 23rd of December, matchmaker Zhang came over and said that when Miss Su heard that I was proposing marriage, she cried so hard that she wanted to hang herself. Son of a bitch. Isn't it because I'm ugly and poor? I'm going to throw a dead dog into their house tonight. Silvers, silvers, silvers. I'm going to earn a lot of silvers. When the day comes that my family is rich, I'm going to make those girls cry and beg me. In the 15th year of Heaven's Selection, on the 24th day of the 7th month, the price of everything in this year except for my wallet. Fuck his grandmother, I ruthlessly beat up Li Nyang from the magnificent tower. When that whore was begging for mercy, she said that her life was bitter. Her father gambled and sold her to a brothel. Ha! You don't say. If one is sold for 50 taels of silver, then wouldn't 10 be worth 500 taels of silver? If I sell 100 of them, wouldn't I be rich? Interesting. In the 15th year of heaven's selection, on the 7th day of the 9th month, I used a piece of candy to coax that little fatty from the long-gone alley. That brat foolishly followed me. I pinched him until he fainted and sold his head. I got 20 taels of silver. I have an idea. In the 15th year of heaven's selection, on the 15th day of the 10th month, I bought a few horses as a cover. Horses, you better obediently wait for me to sell you for money. If you're not obedient, I can only skin you and sell you as meat. He he he. In the 16th year of heaven's selection, on the 19th day of the 2nd month, when I was transporting people out of the city with Head Zhang, I was almost discovered by the officials. I was scared to death. Head Zhang said that there have been too many missing children in the capital recently. The officials are investigating very closely, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. He told me to do as I see fit. That son of a bitch. He wants to quit, but I still have a dozen little bastards tied up in my cellar. What should I do? In the 16th year of heaven's selection, on the 27th day of the 2nd month, a dozen little bastards. Feeding them every day costs me 1 tael of silver. Fuck, fuck, fuck. If this goes on, I'm going to lose money again. Should I just kill them? In the 16th year of heaven's selection, on the 6th day of the 3rd month, I have an idea. When I was selling leather goods to southern Yan country, I happened to hear about something called a human bear. Chapter 188. Reading to this point, Ning Shu's voice came to an abrupt stop. She had already roughly flipped through it before, but at this moment, she still felt as if something cold had pierced her bones, causing her to feel cold from the inside out. It was difficult for her to read a single word from the book. This was because the evil of human nature recorded in the book was difficult to describe. Xiahou Qing's expression changed as he called out, "Juicy." He signaled for Juicy to bring the book over and read it for Ning Shu. But she refused. "No need, I can do it." Xiahou Qing frowned and disagreed. "Why are you blindly showing off? Are you trying to show off your bravery?" Ning Shu said in a low voice, "I'm not showing off. It's just that if I'm afraid of these few lines, then I don't need to continue working on this case." It had to be known that what really happened in this case was 10 times more terrifying than what was recorded in the book. She persisted like a thin bamboo that had just broken out of the ground not long ago. It was obvious that she could be broken by the strong wind and rain at any time, but she still stubbornly refused to bow down to anyone or anything. Her soft voice startled Xiahou Qing, as if the first cicada in early summer had stirred his heart. He turned his face away and sneered, "Do as you wish." He pursed his lips and listened to her shallow breathing. Then he awkwardly added, "If you can't read it, then slow down first. In any case, I won't die for a while, so there's no rush." His words were stiff, but there was a different kind of gentleness in his tone. It was like a warm sun in winter, making Ning Shu feel flattered for a moment. Was this the Crown Prince's way of expressing his concern? It was really special. Ning Shu couldn't help but smile. A small piece of the ice in her heart unknowingly melted, making her feel less cold. She took a deep breath and read the book in her hand word by word. This thing called a human bear turns a living person into a bear. First, he prepared a fresh bearskin that had just been peeled off. Then, he tied the selected person to a bamboo pole and flipped them over. Starting from the back of the neck, he scalded the skin with hot water and peeled it off bit by bit. Then, he pasted the fresh bearskin on it and wrapped it securely with a cloth. When the skin was done, the man-bear would be almost done. That drunken busker had told Lousy, "You must choose a child under the age of 10, the younger the better. That way, after being skinned, the flesh and blood will quickly grow together with the animal skin, and you won't be able to peel it off. About 1 out of 10 would survive. When they were alive, their tongues would be cut off so that they could no longer speak human language. Then they would be locked in cages for a long period of time, whipped and domesticated. They would be constantly told that they were beasts, born to be trampled upon by others. They would kowtow to others so that they would not have the slightest intention of rebellion. Once all these things were done, they could pretend to be demons caught in the mountains and drag them out to perform. Other than human bears, there were also human dogs, human wolves, and human sheep. Almost all of them were created in the same way. Those idiots on the streets definitely haven't seen this kind of new toy. Lousy has thought it through. I will first make a human wolf. 10 copper coins for a kowtow, 1 tael of silver for an auspicious message. There are so many rich young masters and young ladies in the capital, I can easily earn a lot of money. Little bastards, just wait obediently for Lousy. You have to live a little longer, ha ha ha. 16 years of natural selection, 7th of the 5th month, success. Success. 12 little bastards died, but one of them was finally revived for Lousy. However, Lousy has been kidnapping a little too many people recently, and the errand boys have been wandering around the area. This little wolf demon is a little troublesome. That's right, I will sell it to old son from the vaudeville class. When the time comes, we will split the money equally. 16 years of natural selection, 7th of the 6th month, Lousy has earned 80 taels in 1 month. Lousy is rich, ahaha. Don't worry, wait for Lousy to create a human sheep, then I will earn double the money. 16 years of natural selection, 15th of the 7th month, unlucky. The wolf demon that Lousy painstakingly created was actually killed by a little girl. Lousy really wants to strangle her to death, but she is the young miss of the Marquis estate, so I can only suffer in silence. Fortunately, that little girl paid a few taels of silver, so it's not a loss. What's there to be afraid of with one dead? Lousy can still create another one. 19 years of natural selection, 4th of the 4th month, old son from the vaudeville class died. Recently, I have been feeling that something is watching Lousy. I have earned quite a lot of money these 2 years, should I stop? Skipping a lot of useless nonsense in the middle, Ning Shu quickly flipped to the page with this year's latest records. 25 years of natural selection, 3rd of the 3rd month, living hell. Recently, there have been people who have been stuffing notes into Lousy's room with the words, waiting for your death date. There is even a wolf claw printed on it, fuck. What is this thing? Could it be the one from 9 years ago? 25 years of natural selection, 4th of the 4th month, it's over, that thing has finally found me. Chapter 189. In the thin booklet, the stench and filth of human nature were undoubtedly revealed. Every word seemed to be dripping blood, which made the listeners feel uncomfortable and nauseous. Guimo's hands trembled as he listened. He gritted his teeth and said, this beast, no, this thing is worse than a pig or a dog. He can't even be regarded as a beast. It's too easy for him to die so easily. He should be dismembered into pieces. Finally, after reading the important parts of the booklet, Ning Shu closed the booklet. She only felt a cluster of fire burning in her heart. She couldn't wait to drag Feng San, who stretched out his evil hands to the children, back from hell and pay him back 10 times or 100 times what he had done. She exhaled a long breath and forcibly suppressed the cluster of fire in her heart. She analyzed, according to the records of this booklet and the known clues, we can roughly infer this part of the case. Feng San first made a living by selling leather goods. Because of his ugly appearance and mediocre family background, he was disliked by others. He was resentful at first, evil at second, and greedy at second. He began to abduct children. But gradually, simply selling children could no longer satisfy his greed. So, from 9 years ago, Feng San made the children into wolf monsters and bear monsters. He cooperated with the leader of the juggling class to make money. Then, the child was accidentally killed by Qi Zhuanyu as an animal. In addition to that child, the number of children who were killed by him may be hundreds. At present, Feng San is dead. Leader's son was also killed 6 years ago. Qi Zhuanyu became crazy. From the experience of these 3 people, I suspect that this series of cases was done by the relatives of the child who was killed that year. The purpose is very simple: revenge. A few days ago, after Qi Zhuanyu disappeared in the fragrant hall, it is very likely that she was taken to Feng San's residence and trapped. Qi Zhuanyu's strange behavior of kowtowing and saying auspicious words, as well as the words "give me back my skin" in her mouth, all have an explanation. Because she saw with her own eyes that Feng San was skinned alive, and then she saw the other party forcefully shove the skin peeled off from Feng San's body into his stomach. Just thinking about that scene made her scalp tingle. Even the other party may have threatened Qi Zhuanyu to use the same method to deal with her. It would be strange if Qi Zhuanyu was not scared out of her wits. How can there be such an evil person like Feng San? And that leader's son, he deserved to die. Including that Miss Qi, she thought they were livestock, so she wantonly killed them. What is the reason? Hui Mo's face was full of anger and confusion. The murderer we are looking for is obviously doing justice for heaven. If we really find him, according to the law, that person will definitely be severely punished. His life might even be in danger. Are we really doing the right thing? Ning Shu sighed. I also hate people like Feng San. I feel that he deserves to be punished, but the people who execute him shouldn't be anyone else, but the government. If everyone acted according to their own personal grievances, then the result would only be civil unrest. Everyone would be in danger, and order would be lost. How could the common people live a stable life then? Therefore, we can sympathize with the murderer, but we have to catch him. We have no other choice. Seeing that Hui Mo was still not convinced, Ning Shu said again, do you know why the murderer killed Feng San and leader's son, but only let Qi Zhuanyu go? She was scared out of her wits and was released. Hui Mo guessed, maybe it was because Qi Zhuanyu was young and ignorant at that time. Did she really think that the child was a monster and didn't deserve to die? Uncle Ning didn't express his opinion, maybe, but maybe he had other plans. Hui Mo was puzzled. What plans? He hated Qi Zhuanyu so much that he didn't want to kill her so quickly. So he wanted to do it slowly, just like a big cat that caught a mouse. He didn't rush to eat it, but held it in his palm and tortured it slowly. He had tasted loss, sadness, and despair. Now, he wanted to let Qi Zhuanyu's relatives taste it one by one. So he let Qi Zhuanyu go first, so that the Qi family would have hope. Then he killed Qi Zhuanyu in front of the Qi family, turning the hope into 100 times more despair in an instant. Hui Mo was stunned. Then the whole Qi family would go crazy. The sunlight in the middle of April was beginning to burn her eyes, so Ning Shu raised her hand to cover them and said softly, yes, this is the most terrifying and perfect revenge. Chapter 190. Hui Mo still tried to insist, this is just your guess. The next revenge may not happen. Maybe the murderer has already stopped. Don't forget the sign, crazy, and violent death. Xiahou Qing, who had been listening to Ning Shu quietly under the west window, opened his mouth slowly and shattered Hui Mo's pure extravagance. Killing people can sometimes be addictive. He killed leader's son and Feng San with his own hands. When he killed the devil, he slowly turned himself into a devil. Isn't that thing the proof? Xiahou Qing casually tossed the pair of jade chopsticks he had prepared for tea and snacks into the wooden basin not far away that contained Feng San's stomach. Huimo opened his mouth and lowered his head. He couldn't exonerate the murderer. Xiahou Qing asked, besides this book, did you find any other clues or evidence? Ning Shu answered honestly, there were a few notes, which were mentioned by Feng San. Since last month, they have been stuffed in his door. The handwriting on them was deliberately crooked, so it was difficult to tell who wrote them. The murderer was really a meticulous person. Now Child Tan is leading the officers of the Supreme Court to ask if they have seen any suspicious people in the Yinma Alley recently. I hope he can find something. Although the hope might be a little slim. Ning Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. However, Xiahou Qing suddenly frowned. Child Tan. Are you familiar with him? Ning Shu was stunned for a moment and said, not very familiar. Since you are not familiar with him, don't you think it is too careless to call an official of the imperial court so casually? He looked very indifferent. Except for the slight frown just now, there was no unusual emotion on his face. However, Ning Shu still felt that he was faintly unhappy. After a moment of speechlessness, Ning Shu hurriedly said, it's my fault for breaking the law. Your Highness, you are right. I will keep it in mind. She thought her attitude was sincere enough, but she didn't expect that Xiahou Qing's face was even darker after hearing it. She sighed in her heart. She didn't know what she did to make this master unhappy. She had to tactfully shut her mouth and stop talking, so as not to add fuel to the fire. No sound could be heard from the other side of the tea table. Only her light, wind-like breathing could be heard. Xiahou Qing could almost imagine that the girl sitting opposite him under the west window must have a very innocent expression on her face, pretending to be obedient. Perhaps she was thinking that he was too unreasonable and too difficult to please. Ha! She had known him for more than a month and still politely called him Your Highness, but she could already affectionately call Tan Siwei, whom she had only known for 3 or 4 days, young Master Tan. There really was a difference between being close and distant. According to Tianwen's report, a few days ago, Princess Heaxian paid a special visit to Prime Minister Tan's residence. In the end, she and the Prime Minister's wife affectionately went to the West Market to buy brocade jewelry. Xiahou Qing's lips curved up slightly. It was a smile that wasn't a smile, but it made Ning Shu feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She silently reflected. Could it be that her efficiency was too low and she still hadn't solved the case, which made him dissatisfied? Just as she was reflecting, Xiahou Qing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Where do you plan to start investigating next? Ning Shu, who had been tense the entire time, finally let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, she said, Feng San is dead. We have no way of knowing which children he kidnapped and who their relatives are. However, I feel that Qi Zhuanyu's disappearance that night has a lot to do with the people around her. So I want to investigate first. Among the 6 maids and maids, I want to see if any of their relatives were kidnapped. Chapter 191. In addition, I'm thinking of another question. The fact that the other party spent 9 years to track down Feng San and take revenge shows that his ability may not be as strong as we think. However, to set up the case of the curse of the 8 characters in the palace and quietly kidnap and hide Qi Zhuanyu from the palace is not something an ordinary person can do. The contradiction between the two is very contradictory, and I really can't figure it out, unless Xiahou Qing's mind was unusually sharp. Before Ning Shu finished her words, he had already caught on. Are you trying to say that there is more than one culprit and more than one case in this case? Exactly. Ning-Shu nodded hard. So far, the pieces of the demon wolf case have been pieced together, but when Siren's part is still unknown. There is no trace of connection between him and the demon wolf case. So, is there a possibility that these two cases are independent of each other, but because of some unknown reason, they are invisibly linked together? Xiahou Qing agreed with her guess. Your guess is reasonable. Then let's follow this direction. It is very likely that the day the culprit of the demon wolf case is the day the truth of the curse of the 8 characters will be solved. This vague case was like a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. After layers of analysis, they finally got the general outline. Ning-Shu could not help but feel excited. She did not wait for a moment. She immediately got up and left, preparing to keep an eye on the Qi family. First, she wanted to check on the 6 maids and maids. Second, she wanted to always be on guard against the other half of the curse of the 8 characters, the unnatural death of Qi Zhuanyu. Just as she stepped out of the hall, Xiahou Qing suddenly called her from behind. Come back. Ha! She turned around. At this time, the afternoon sun showed a dazzling golden color. It passed through the delicate and complicated lines on the window lattice and fell on Xiahou Qing's body, shining brightly on him, as if he was glowing. In the golden light, he raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Ning-Shu, saying slowly, "No one forced you to be brave and not afraid. You are not a machine to solve cases. You are a human, a woman. Anger, joy, pity, fear. You can have all the emotions a normal person should have. Don't suppress yourself." Ning-Shu was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. She was obviously very resistant to the contents of Feng San's book, but she still forced herself to finish reading it. In her clear eyes, half of his jade-colored face was almost transparent under the sunlight, while the other half was in the shadows. It was dark and powerful. Under the intertwining of light and darkness, the curve of his face was particularly clear, and it was also particularly attractive. Ning-Shu couldn't help but turn her face away. But too much emotion will affect the judgment of the case. What if I make a mistake? Xiahou Qing smiled faintly. His voice was as clear and deep as ever. What do you mean by relying on you alone? Then what's the use of me? Her heart skipped a beat. Ning-Shu's cheeks crept up with a light cherry red color, just like the newly formed bud at the end of the flowering tree in the great Xianghua temple that was 10 li away. The layers of petals tightly wrapped around the red color. Young miss. Hearing Zigui's call, Ning-Shu quickly came back to her senses and said, "You just said that the maidservant called Kai Yu lost a younger brother and has not found him yet." "I'm listening. Go on." Zigui nodded and continued, "The Huiyu clan also lost a female cousin. That cousin was about the same age as her. She went missing in the 15th year of natural selection, during the Lantern Festival." "What about Xiang Jin?" "Her family didn't lose anyone. However, her childhood sweetheart's family lost a male cousin. There is no news of him to this day. No one knows if he is alive or dead. No one else has." When Ning-Shu heard this, she immediately frowned. They had investigated a total of 6 families and found that 3 families had lost their children. This probability was too high. This meant that there were many children who went missing every year in the capital and many parents who cried in despair. Chapter 192. The harder it was to live, the more frequent the cases of young girls and children were. 10 years ago was the year of the disaster in the Hanjiang prefecture. 280,000 people died in one prefecture. Although the capital wasn't filled with starving people and corpses, the lives of many lower-class people were still extremely difficult. Think about it, when the adults couldn't survive, how could they spare the energy to protect their own children? Serves her right. Ning Shu and Zi Gui followed Xiang Jin all the way to secretly leave the Qi estate. They arrived at the home of her childhood sweetheart, the imperial bodyguard. Jumping up a tree, they hid behind the thick branches and quietly watched as Xiang Jin fed the imperial bodyguard medicine while cursing to her heart's content. If you ask me, it's because fourth young miss has done too many bad things. Now that she's met her retribution, she's become neither human nor ghost. She's so crazy, it really makes people happy. The imperial bodyguard worriedly said, "You've been sneaking out these past few days. Aren't you too conspicuous? It's better if you quickly return to the estate. Otherwise, if someone finds out and reports it to master and madam, you'll be punished again." Being bedridden for a long time caused his entire body to become thin and yellow. However, one could still see from his tall frame and facial features that he was once a dignified youth. Unfortunately, he was buried by Qi Zhuanyu's hands. Xiang Jin didn't care at all. "What are you afraid of? Right now, the estate is in chaos. Everyone is surrounding fourth young miss, afraid that she'll go crazy from kowtowing or commit suicide by hitting the wall. Who has the time to care about where I go? If you ask me, since that wolf demon was able to secretly take revenge on her once, he can take revenge on her a second time. Even if everyone in the estate is watching, it's useless. She won't be able to escape. Although you say that, it's still better to be careful. First, if someone suspects that the matter is related to you, causing trouble for no reason, then it'll be hard to explain. Second, the imperial bodyguard turned his head and pretended to joke. Second, you've reached the age where you should marry. If you keep circling around a good-for-nothing like me, I'm afraid people will gossip. If this affects your good marriage, I, as your older brother, will feel guilty for the rest of my life." The coarse porcelain spoon in her hand fell back into the soup bowl with a clatter. Mei Jin stood up and bit her lip. "What are you talking about? I've already said that I won't marry anyone other than you. What's more, the first person fourth miss wanted to punish that night was me. You were the one who took the punishment for me. You were injured because of me. Your body was crippled because of me. Do you want me to be that heartless and despicable woman?" Tears welled up in the guard's eyes as he hammered the bed. His eyes were red as he said, "There are many good men in this world. Why do you have to hang on to a piece of trash like me? You know that I won't be able to recover for the rest of my life and will only be a burden to you. How can I give you happiness?" 2 lines of tears slowly crept down Pagoda Jin's face. Her voice trembled as she said, "I don't care about fate. You are my only fate in this life. Even if you're crippled, as long as you're still breathing, I'll be your bride for the rest of my life. If you die today, then I will be your widow, and I will guard your grave for the rest of my life. So don't even think about pushing me away." "Why do you have to do this?" Inside the house, the 2 unfortunate lovers hugged each other and cried bitterly. Ning Shu, who was hiding in the tree outside the house, felt her heart ache as she sighed. She quietly put the medicine that Hui Mo had made before on the windowsill. Ning Shu and Zi Gui quietly left. From the analysis of what she had heard just now, Pagoda Jin still thought that Qi Zhuanyu's ending today was because of the wolf demon's revenge. It seemed that she wasn't the one who did it. And the year when Kai Yu and Hui Yu's children were abducted didn't match the time when Feng San did evil. The case once again fell into a bottleneck. Chapter 193. Logically speaking, after eliminating the suspects one by one, the remaining one, even if it was impossible, would definitely be the murderer. But the problem was that all the suspects had been eliminated, and not a single one was left. Ning Shu tossed and turned all night, constantly calculating all kinds of possibilities in her mind, but she rejected them again and again. It was only when the sun was about to rise that she vaguely slept for a few hours. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that there were dark circles under her eyes, like the iron-eating beast recorded in the Book of Strange Things. She smiled bitterly and rubbed her dizzy temples. For the third day in a row, she went to the Qi estate to spy. Qi Juayu had been crazy all night last night, and the servants of the Qi estate were all exhausted, leaning against the doors ill and dozing off. Only a few guards were still healthy, and still had the energy to sit in the corridor and chat. I originally thought that fourth young miss had received a great fortune and was chosen to be the princess consort of the Nanping prince. When I heard the news from the palace that day, Master and Madam were extremely happy and said that they were going to hold a 10-day banquet to celebrate. Who would have thought that she would fall into such a situation today? This great fortune has turned into a great misfortune. It's really unpredictable and unpredictable. AI, that's right. Fourth young Miss's appearance at night was very frightening. Do you guys think that there really was a wolf demon causing trouble? Otherwise, why would fourth young Miss be like that? Yes, yes, yes. When she was angry, she would kowtow while muttering things like, "Don't skin me, spare my life." TSK, just thinking about it makes me shiver. You guys are really naive. If that wolf demon was really so powerful, how could it have been easily killed by young Miss 9 years ago? You guys have all been deceived. I think that fourth young Miss's current appearance was actually caused by the 13th princess. The two of them had been fighting for the position of Shizi's wife for a long time. Who would have thought that in the end, the fourth Miss would be chosen? The 13th princess was jealous, so she secretly played dirty. Then, she used the wolf demon as a cover to deceive people. Do you remember that on the day fourth young Miss disappeared, the 13th princess pushed her into the water in front of the empress? It's only because she's an imperial princess, the emperor's daughter, that the government didn't dare to close the case. I also think that makes sense. Other than an imperial princess, who else has the ability to make a living person disappear without a trace in the palace? Then what about the curse of the 8 characters? Could it be that the 13th princess knew in advance that our young Miss would be chosen? What if she was the one chosen in the end? It's ridiculous to curse yourself. Alright, all of you stop quarreling. If you ask me, I'm afraid the 13th princess will get what she wants. That's not necessarily true. Why not? Which prince's mansion would be willing to take a crazy, delirious person as their princess? Although the Duke of Nanping's estate hasn't brought up the matter of breaking off the engagement, it's only because of Consort Qi and our Marquis's estate. Yesterday, when I was on duty, I heard Master and Madam discussing. They said that Daoist Zhang of Xianqing Temple was invited to take a look. Fourth young Miss's mind is not clear right now because of the displacement of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. They want to do a grand ceremony to invite the person who is related to her by blood and has the most honorable position to summon her scattered soul back to its original position. At that time, fourth young Miss will be able to return to normal. Isn't Imperial Concubine Qi the one with the most honorable status and blood relatives? Would he be able to return to normal after performing a ritual? Is this true or false? The guards chatted with great relish and even began to argue, treating this matter as a joke. Mother Hui had just walked out of the room when she heard this. She immediately frowned and reprimanded, "How dare you talk about master's matters like this? Are you itching for a beating? Why aren't you scramming and doing your job properly?" Only then did the guards disperse like birds and beasts and disperse to do their work. Only Mother Hui stood in place and let out a long sigh. Chapter 194. Seeing Ningshu walking over, Mother Hui hurriedly stepped forward and asked expectantly, "Lady Ning, is there any progress in my young Miss's case? Who is the one who harmed my young Miss?" Ningshu smiled bitterly as an answer. This old servant also knows that this case is very difficult. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have been unable to solve the case for so many days. However, I still have to trouble Lady Ning to worry. Mother Hui used to be a servant in the palace, so her words and actions were all appropriate. This is my duty. Mother Hui, don't worry. I will do my best. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Ning Shu's gaze shifted and found a sachet beside Mother Hui's feet. The color of the sachet was a bit old, as if it was an antique from many years ago. The red cotton sachet was embroidered with a square Fu character. Ning Shu recognized this thing. It was called Fu Bao. Many children before the age of 10 would wear a red Fu Bao, which contained more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs and spices to ward off evil spirits. Her mother and Princess Axayan had also personally embroidered one for Ji-er. Now, they even asked Ji-er to carry it with her. Ning Shu bent down to pick it up and put it in the palm of her hand. She curiously asked, "Who does this Fu Bao belong to?" Mother Hui hurriedly put the Fu Bao into her arms and said, "Oh, this is the Fu Bao that my young miss used to wear when she was a child. Later, my young miss grew up and no longer used it, so this old servant took it and kept it. These days, my young miss suffered a lot. I occasionally thought of it, so I took it out and continued to wear it. It can be considered to be a blessing for my young miss." Ning Shu nodded. Then, as usual, she asked Mother Hui a few questions about the night Qi Zhuanyu went missing. Unsurprisingly, she did not find any useful information. Ning Shu paused for a moment. She really didn't have anything to ask, so she casually said, "I remember that day when I went to the Fragrant Palace to visit fourth young miss, I happened to see the old concubines of the palaces send a pile of gifts. May I ask where those gifts are now? Can you let me have a look?" "Ah, the reward you were talking about." Mother Hui was stunned for a moment, as if she was recalling carefully. Then, she said, "That evening, Miss told me to send it back to the residence before the palace gate was locked. After that, I wasn't in charge of it anymore. It should have been kept in the storeroom. I'll ask later and get back to you. I'll have to trouble you then." Before the two of them could finish, they heard the room bustling with activity again. Qi Zhuanyu's screams of struggle could be heard incessantly. "Mother Hui, where is Mother Hui?" The servant girls hurriedly ran out to ask for help. "Mother Hui, quickly come back to the room. Young miss is in trouble again." Mother Hui looked worried. She hurriedly bowed to Ning Shu and left, returning to her room. Not long after she entered the house, the movement inside quieted down, and Qi Diaoyu regained her calm. Outside the room, Ning Shu's expression changed. She casually pulled a servant girl aside and asked, "Does your miss look for Mother Hui whenever she falls ill?" "Yes, it's strange. When Miss falls ill, she doesn't acknowledge anyone and only shouts that she wants to escape. Even if Madam comes personally to coax her, it's useless. Miss will only be quiet for a moment when she sees Mother Hui. Therefore, Mother Hui has been personally taking care of Miss these few days. She's basically never left her side. It's really hard on her, but Mother Hui doesn't complain at all." "When did Mother Hui enter the residence?" "About 8 or 9 years ago. I don't remember the details. It's been quite a long time. She's very close to Mississippi. When she left the palace, she wasn't young anymore. Thus, she hasn't married and has been helping to educate the young ladies in each residence. She's been in our Qi residence for the longest time. She often says that she doesn't have any children, so she treats Miss as her child. Take the disappearance of Miss as an example. She blamed herself very much and went out with the servants to look for Miss every day. She's really devoted to it. On the other hand, Kaiyun and Gue Jin were the ones who lost Miss, but they didn't panic at all and couldn't see her. They act as if nothing had happened all day. It's really disgraceful. Ning Shu listened carefully. A trace of deep thought flashed through her eyes. She softly replied, "Oh." Chapter 195. In the room, Chi Xiaoyu made a ruckus for a long time before she finally calmed down under Mama Huey's pacification. Ning Shu did not urge her, so she waited in the courtyard. After waiting for nearly a moment, the maidservant named Yu Chu ran out with the key to the storeroom with sweat all over her forehead. She repeatedly said, "Lady Ning, sorry to keep you waiting. This servant will take you to the storeroom. This way, please." That evening, after the reward was sent back to the Fu, we did not have time to tidy it up before we received the news that the fourth miss was missing. So we hurriedly piled it up here and did not have the time to take care of it. Yu Chu said as she unlocked the door. The door was pushed open with a squeak. The things inside are a bit messy. What does Lady Ning want to look for? This servant will find it for you. No need, I'm just looking around. Ning Shu stepped into the storeroom and found that the things were indeed piled up in a disorderly manner in the corner of the storeroom. At that time, in order to celebrate Qi Xiaoyu's selection of the heir consort, the concubines of the palaces had instructed the servants to choose some festive brocade boxes to hold the gifts. But these bright red and purple colors seemed inexplicably ironic and dazzling at this time. Ning Shu casually opened a few brocade boxes and noticed that there were 2 deep brocade boxes at the bottom. They were more than 3 feet long. She asked, "What's inside?" "Oh, that's the silk and satin that the concubines have bestowed. Among them, there are 2 bolts of silk and satin bestowed by concubine Qi. Those are tributes that are rarely produced in a year. I heard that it's very rare and ordinary people have never seen it before." Ning Shu smiled and said, "Then I really want to see it. Please help me." Ning Shu moved the brocade boxes piled on top of the storeroom and bent down to open the brocade boxes. She found that the silk and satin inside was of excellent quality. She touched it lightly and felt that it was as smooth as water. She was about to unfold it to take a closer look when her sharp nose suddenly smelled a pungent smell. Then she heard Yu Chu gasp and shout, "Lady Ning, be careful." In front of Ning Shu's eyes, less than a foot away from her hand, the silk and satin in the brocade box suddenly burst into sparks and spread rapidly. Ning Shu subconsciously withdrew her hand. Her scalp went numb, and her survival instinct made her take a few steps back. When he looked again, he saw that the brocade box had already ignited into a ball of fire. Moreover, it was spreading at an extremely fast speed in all directions, burning dozens of brocade boxes in the surroundings. In an instant, thick smoke billowed in the storehouse, and tongues of fire soared into the sky. Cough, cough. The thick smoke was extremely pungent. Ning Shu immediately covered her mouth and nose. She grabbed Yu Chu, who was foolishly trying to extinguish the fire by himself. "Don't worry about it. Let's go." This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Yu Chu was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until he was dragged out of the warehouse by Ning Shu that he suddenly regained his senses and shouted, "Someone come quickly. The warehouse is on fire. It's on fire." Following her shout, the nearby servants hurriedly organized to put out the fire, but the fire was too big. It was not until 2 hours later that the last spark was extinguished. When they walked into the storeroom to take a look, the inside was already a mess. All the silk and satins had been burned to black ash. Even the gold, jade, and jewelry had been burned beyond recognition. All the treasures in the storeroom were gone. Yu Chu was so scared that her legs went soft. She knelt on the ground and said with tears in her eyes, "I ask Lady Ning to testify for this servant. This fire was really not set by this servant. It really has nothing to do with me. Any one of the things in the storeroom was worth more than her little life. Now that everything had been burned, her little life was over. Ning Shu pulled her up from the ground and comforted her in a low voice. Of course she knew that it was not Yu Chu who did it. She was right beside her at the time, so there was no chance for her to do anything. But where did this inexplicable fire come from? There was not a single candle in the storeroom, not a single spark. There was not even a trace of sunlight shining in, so how could it suddenly be on fire? It was simply unbelievable. And this inconceivable thing had happened right under her nose. Was it really an accident? Or did someone want to destroy something important and did not want her to see it? If it was the latter, then what was that thing? A series of questions appeared in her mind, just like the black water mixed with ashes that constantly flowed in front of her eyes, making her completely puzzled. While she was deep in thought, the maidservant Huiyu stumbled and ran over in a daze. Her voice was filled with panic as she cried, "Not good. Not good. That blood claw print has appeared again. There are so many, so densely packed. It's at the fourth young Miss bedside." Chapter 196. And Huiyu swallowed hard, her whole body trembling, and said in a trembling voice, "And this time it's all because of fourth Miss herself." Then she couldn't continue, as if she had just seen the most terrible thing in the world. Ning Shu immediately rushed to Qi Zhuanyu's small courtyard. Looking at the scene in front of her, she finally knew why Huiyu was so scared, because anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle, and then they would be horrified. This was because Qi Zhuanyu was standing on the bed that was carved with exquisite patterns. Her hands were covered in blood, and her back was facing the crowd. She was seriously drawing a mark in the shape of a wolf's claw on the snow-white wall. The paint she was using was her own boiling hot blood. On the wide wall, she had already drawn the entire wall densely. Madame Qi, who heard the news, saw this scene and took a deep breath, almost fainting, and was hurriedly supported by a servant. Qi Zhuanyu turned her head, smiled at the crowd, and then lowered her head, gently licked her own blood on her fingers, and asked flatteringly, "Look, what I drew, doesn't it look like it?" Madame Qi was in tears. "Oh my God. Zhuanyu, my son, what are you doing? You're trying to kill your mother, ah. Someone come and stop her, quickly stop her, ah." It took more than 10 people to forcefully snatch the scissors from Qi Dianyu's hands. Then, they used soft cloth to tie her up. Only then did they stop her from committing suicide. Then, they hurriedly called for a doctor to treat her wounds. Mother Hui held Qi Zhuanyu, who was still screaming and struggling, with red eyes. Kai Yun was so scared that her face was pale, and she knelt and begged for mercy. "Master, madam, this servant really didn't expect that Miss would steal this servant's scissors, please spare my life." Lord Qi looked at his daughter who had completely gone crazy on the bed, frowning and sighing silently, again and again. Beside him, Madame Qi cried and said, "Master, the ritual, quickly go and ask Zhang Daozhang to arrange the ritual to summon the soul. In 5 days, no, in 3 days, he had to summon her soul back to her body. Otherwise, if this goes on, our Yu will not be safe." Sobs could be heard everywhere. In the midst of the sobbing, Ning Shu's eyes glide across the faces of Mother Hui, Pagoda Jean, Huiyu, Kai Yun, like a sharp knife, trying to cut through the fog of chaos and find the truth. Rain began to fall from the sky at an unknown time. It was not heavy, but it was as fine as needles. Not a single ray of light could be seen in the horizon. The entire sky was dark and gloomy, as if the entire Qi residence had been dragged into a gloomy abyss. Ning Shu stood in the corridor and raised her head to look at the sky that was shrouded in dark clouds. She thought about all the strange and complicated events that were laid out in front of her eyes. She was deep in thought when she suddenly heard the footsteps of Lien Chao approaching from afar. Forsythia whispered excitedly, "Miss, we found the silversmith who made the longevity lock." It was rare to hear good news, so Ning Shu couldn't help but be excited. "Really? That's great. Where is it? Quickly take me there." There was no time to open an umbrella, so Ning Shu quickly boarded the carriage in the fine and dense rain. Chia! Hui Mo flicked his whip and the two horses carried the carriage to the south of the city at the fastest speed. In the carriage, Forsythia excitedly reported, "It is an old and famous silversmith shop in the south of the city." We followed Mrs. Method and checked each shop one by one. It shouldn't have been difficult to find it, but the owner of this shop went back to his hometown to visit his relatives a few days ago, so we missed it. Fortunately, we didn't give up and went to look again today, so we found it. I've asked the boss for help, and he's waiting for us in the shop right now. Ning Shu smiled and praised, "Good, Forsythia, I will remember your great merit." Chapter 197. The horse galloped, splashing out transparent water. Ning Shu, who was in the carriage, arrived at the southern part of the city at the fastest speed. With Hui Mo's shout, they slowly stopped in front of a shop. After getting off the carriage, Ning Shu immediately took the longevity lock and walked in. Sure enough, the boss kept his word and waited for them in the shop. Ning Shu respectfully gave a bow and said, "Hello, old mister. May I ask if this longevity lock was made by you?" This was an old shop with a history of 100 years. The boss was an old man in his 50s with white hair and beard. However, he had sharp ears and eyes. He only took a glance at the longevity lock and said, "Of course. Every silversmith shop has its own inheritance. The older the shop, the longer the inheritance. In order to distinguish our craftsmanship from other shops, we will make a small mark on the inconspicuous place of the objects that we make. This way, no matter how long it has been, we can recognize our own objects at a glance. For example, on this longevity lock, I engraved an extra cloud pattern compared to other shops. So, this longevity lock must be made by my family. Then, may I ask if you still remember the appearance of the person who asked you to make this longevity lock? Which family does he belong to?" "Then you must be joking," the old mister was amused. "This thing is made by me, but it looks like an old object from 20 or 30 years ago. It has been so long, how can I remember who made it? Please don't make things difficult for an old man like me. It's getting late and the rain is getting heavier. I should close the shop. Miss, please." Ning Shu sighed and raised her head again. Her eyes were filled with tears. When she saw the old mister, she hurriedly said, "What's going on? It's just a longevity lock, how can Miss be like this?" Ning Shu lowered her head and used a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. She said, "Old mister, you may not know this, but this longevity lock is actually a relic left behind by my aunt. My aunt met with a great disaster when she was young and was abducted. Later on, she suffered countless hardships before she was able to marry into my family. After a few days of good days, she contracted a serious illness and died. She had no children, so she always took care of me as her own daughter. Before she died, she took my hand and said that her biggest regret in this life was that there was no way to find her biological parents. I was young at that time, so I didn't remember it clearly. A few days ago, my aunt came to my dream and cried to me. She said that I was young and incompetent at that time, but she didn't blame me. But now that I have grown up, I must help her. Otherwise, she will never be able to reincarnate in peace. So it's like this." The old mister was soft-hearted. He couldn't help but sigh after listening to the story. "Ah, that's really a tragic thing." The old mister took the longevity lock and carefully looked at it. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I remember now. I made this lock not long after I finished my apprenticeship, so I made it very carefully. It took me a lot of effort. The person who came to make this lock seemed to be a pregnant madam. As for what she looked like, it's been 37 years, so I can't remember clearly. I only have a vague impression of her. That madam's temperament was very good. At a glance, I can tell that she came from a noble family. Sir, you are a famous craftsman in the capital. Every year, there are countless people who ask you to make jewelry for them. In the past 30 years, you have seen at least 100 noble ladies and young ladies, but you still have a vague impression of the one from 30 years ago. You must have seen something strange at that time, or heard something special that left a deep impression on you. You still can't forget it even now. I'll have to trouble Mr. to think about it carefully." Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "For example, according to what you said, that madam was obviously a noble from a noble family. Why did she only use the most common silver for the longevity lock and not the gold, jade, and jewelry that was more suitable for her status? Didn't you have any questions at that time?" "Hey! You don't say, I really did ask at that time." After Ning Shu's reminder, the old mister's memory that had been silent for more than 30 years slowly emerged in front of his eyes. "At that time, I was still a young man in my early 20s. I saw that madam's clothes and bearing were very good, but she only wanted to make a silver longevity lock. I felt very strange, so I asked the question you just mentioned. At that time, that madam was stunned for a long time and didn't say anything. Her face was very ugly. I thought, could it be that my question was too abrupt and offended a noble? I was worried about how to ask for forgiveness, but I didn't expect that madam to gently touch her belly and vaguely say, 'I don't deserve it.' Don't deserve it?" Yes, at that time, her voice was very soft, like she was sighing. Her face was also snow white. "I have seen all kinds of people in my life, but I have never seen a second person like that madam. Her face didn't show any joy of being pregnant. Instead, it was very..." The old mister thought for a long time and finally found the right word, "Yes, despair. I felt that she didn't look forward to the child in her belly at all. Even when she said those words, she was full of resentment. I thought that every family has its own difficulties. Perhaps this madam encountered something bad, so I didn't ask any more questions." 3 days later, her servant came to take the lock. After that, I didn't see her again. As for which family's madam she was, she kept it a secret from beginning to end and didn't say a word. Chapter 198. Youth is like water, time is like a knife. More than 30 years of time, more than 10,000 sunrises and sets, the moon waxing and waning. This merciless cycle of the sun and moon was enough to turn a newborn baby into a middle-aged woman, a woman who loved her grandchildren. It was also enough to turn a young girl who was as beautiful as a flower bud into white hair. After such a long time, trying to find such a person in the vast sea of people in the capital, just thinking about it gave her a headache. Not to mention, her name was unknown, her appearance was unknown, and her identity was tightly concealed. Except for a few vague descriptions from the old gentleman, there was nothing left. In contrast, perhaps even ascending to heaven was easier than this. Ning Shu silently looked at the sky. "My God, you really like to joke with me, ah." After solemnly thanking the old gentleman, she bid farewell. Unknowingly, the rain became heavier. The snow-white viburnum flowers on the roadside scattered in the rain. The roof of the carriage made a light padding sound, but it was unknown whether it was the raindrops or the flowers. Ning Shu was deep in thought amidst this pleasant sound. She opened the carriage curtain, reached out and caught a few drops of rain from the air, and slowly wrote on the small table in front of her. Time, more than 30 years ago. In terms of age, it was more likely that Mother Hui was the one. But after leaving the palace, she had never married, not to mention being pregnant. Moreover, she was only released from the palace 20 years ago. Before that, she had been working in the palace. From the time, she could be ruled out. In addition, according to the old gentleman, the madam's temperament was extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that she came from a noble family. There were several servants serving her. Although Mother Hui was an etiquette instructor in the palace, in the end, she was a servant. The thin calluses on her hands were different from the old gentleman's description. Then, who could this person be? Or some old imperial concubine in the palace? No, it couldn't be. Not to mention that it was difficult for the imperial concubines to leave the palace, who served them in bed, who was pregnant. These were things that couldn't be concealed. Not to mention, the imperial family's heirs, even if they weren't valued, were still the most honorable bloodline in the Great Yu country. Why would the madam say that she wasn't worthy? Also, what was the connection between this and the literary talent who died silently? Ning Shu came up with countless speculations, but they were all rejected by her. For a moment, her head was spinning. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, intending to breathe in some fresh air and change her train of thought. Her gaze accidentally slipped and fell on an official building on the side of the road. Judging from the style of the residence, it seemed to be an official's residence, but the people who went in and out were women and children. Ning Shu's curiosity was piqued and she asked, "Where is that?" Hui Mo looked over and said, "Oh, let me see. It's written on the plaque. Xiaoyu Bureau." Ning Shu nodded. After the carriage passed by, an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. This idea came too quickly, giving her a flash of inspiration. She hurriedly called out, "Stop the carriage." "Ah. Why did you stop?" Hui Mo doesn't know why, so he sighs. Before the carriage stops, Ning Shu has already jumped down from the carriage. Forsythia opens the umbrella and hurriedly follows her. While following her footsteps, Forsythia curiously asked, "Miss, what is Xiaoyu Bureau?" Even with an umbrella, the wind and drizzle still wet Ning Shu's clothes and her black hair, but she didn't care at all. This is a special place to adopt and abandon babies. It is full of abandoned babies. Some of them were born with disabilities, some of them were born with serious diseases, so they were casually abandoned on the side of the road and left to die. There are also some biological parents who are really poor and can't raise them, so they quietly put them at the door of the rich families around them, hoping to survive. Some of the lucky ones were adopted by rich families, while some of the unlucky ones were bitten to death by wild dogs before they even had the chance to cry, becoming food in their stomachs. When the late emperor was traveling incognito, he met a baby who was frozen to death in the snow. He was very sad, so he ordered the establishment of Xiaoyu Bureau to adopt these children. There are wet nurses to take care of them. Those who don't have children can come to adopt them. Forsythia was even more puzzled after hearing this. Why are we here? They can't be here to adopt children, right? Ning Shu stepped into the Xiaoyu Bureau, turned back and smiled. Her eyes were surprisingly bright, because we are likely to find a very important clue here. Chapter 199. Ning Shu thinks of something. She turns back and says to Huemo, who is confused, "Brother Huemo, please go back to the mansion and ask His Highness for an assistant for me. I'm here." "Why do you need to ask someone else?" Huemo snorts with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He doesn't know how to fight, examine corpses, use knockout drugs and dress up as a woman. Ning Shu smiles and gently raises her eyebrows. "So, Brother Huemo is willing to check the files with me?" Huemo's scalp is numb. When he thinks of the experience of looking for records with her in the Ministry of Revenue, his little heart trembles and shrinks. He is not afraid of anything else. Only when he sees a lot of words, especially a lot of words, he feels dizzy. Without saying another word, he immediately raised his horsewhip. No problem, I'll go back to the mansion and capture him. A Daoist would rather die than a Daoist like himself. Brother, I've let you down. Hearing Ning Shu's request, the steward of the CIU bureau refuses to nod at first. It is not until Ning Shu takes out the seal of Prince Nanping's mansion that he is reluctantly allowed to enter. Ning Shu silently curses, these days, people really treat people with disdain. I am the Duke Ning's daughter, but I can't even compare with Xiahou Qing's token. What kind of world is this? Jusi is worthy of being trained by Xiahou Qing. It doesn't take long for him to arrive. He reads the files with Ning Shu. These files have been yellow and brittle for a long time. They are covered with a thick layer of dust. As soon as she picks up a roll, Ning Shu chokes on the dust and sneezes. But now is not the time to be delicate. Gently brushing the dust off the file, Ning Shu turns to the first page. Outside the house, the rain rolled down along the eaves and formed a curtain. The warm orange light in the house reflected her silhouette on the wall beside her. In the silhouette, she lowered her head slightly and buried herself in the book in her hand, carefully reading line by line. Then she flipped to the next page, focused and serious, tireless, like a quiet painting. The brand new candle in the lampshade silently dripped tears as the book was flipped. It gradually shortened until it was extinguished. Then, it was replaced with a new one. Unknowingly, the rain quietly stopped, and the outside of the house was lit up. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. Forsythia had already dozed off with a file in her arms. Suddenly, she heard a voice, found it. She suddenly sobered up and saw her mistress take the file from Jusi. Her mistress's eyes were filled with complex thoughts as she murmured, sure enough, it's her. She closed her eyes and let out a long, silent sigh. Stepping out of the Tsiyo bureau, she felt tired and hungry. Ning Shu rubbed her aching neck. Just as she was thinking about which breakfast shop nearby had a unique taste so she could eat a full meal to recover her strength, she didn't expect that the carriage of the southern pacifying Wang Fu was already waiting at the door. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. A jade-white hand lifted the curtain, and a slightly impatient voice came from inside, "What are you doing standing there like a fool? Come up." Ning Shu quickly got on the carriage. Looking at the person inside, she softly said, "Has your highness been waiting for a long time?" Xiahou Qing's expression was as indifferent as ever, without a trace of emotion. He lightly said, "You think too much. You just arrived." Ning Shu curled her lips, ridiculing his duplicity in her heart. From the wet ponytail and the wet marks around the carriage, it was obvious that he had been waiting here before the rain stopped. And from the time the rain stopped until now, at least 2 hours had passed. Ridiculing was ridiculing, but there was a trace of warmth in her heart. "This box, open it." Xiahou Qing casually pointed at the table. Ning Shu blinked her eyes, "What's inside? Don't you always boast that your sense of smell is sharp and you can't smell it?" Ning Shu's nose lightly sniffed, and her eyes lit up like a crescent moon. Opening it, it was as expected. The box was divided into 3 layers. The top layer had 8 kinds of snacks, the middle layer had 4 fresh dishes, and the bottom layer had a bowl of thick rice soup that emitted tempting steam. After a night of hunger, eating anything else at this time was not suitable. Only a bowl of thick and fragrant rice soup was the most appetizing, and it wouldn't make the stomach feel uncomfortable. Feeling grateful, Ning Shu said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiahou Qing hooked the corner of his mouth and sneered, "If I remember correctly, when I saved your life, I didn't get such a serious thank you." Ning Shu's beautiful face silently blushed, and she felt a little guilty. It seemed that it was true. After eating the snacks and the bowl of rice soup, she felt her soul return to her body, and even her thoughts became a lot clearer. Listening to Ning Shu's simple description of what she had learned in the past few days, Xiahou Qing's expression changed slightly. "So, you already have an answer in your heart about who the culprit is?" Ning Shu nodded, swallowing the last bite of the snack. "It can't be considered as completely solved, but I have a basic guess about the curse of the 8 characters and how Qi Zhuanyu silently disappeared from the fragrant hall. But according to the clues we have, there is no legal crime against the culprit, and we still lack a conclusive evidence that can't be denied. As for this piece of evidence, it could only be obtained at a specific time. If my estimation is correct, this case can be concluded in 3 days. Why 3 days? Because Madame Qi believes that Qi Zhuanyu's madness is caused by her soul being separated, so she decided to perform a ritual for Qi Zhuanyu in 3 days to summon her scattered soul back. At that time, concubine Qi will also participate. So, if the culprit wants to make a move, that day is the best time. Chapter 200. A gentle breeze lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. A jasper flower hung down outside the carriage. It had accumulated a night's worth of rain, so it was heavy. Ning Shu raised her head to look at the flower falling silently from the receptacle. She reached out to catch it. Looking at the pure white flower in her palm, Ning Shu said softly, "However, this case involves not only the death of Wen Kairen in pregnancy 6 years ago and the demon wolf case 9 years ago. There are many more unspeakable secrets. When these old matters are revealed to the public, it will inevitably set off a huge wave. And outside of that wave, I'm afraid that countless people's blood and tears will be added." Ning Shu reached out to let the pure white flower return to dust. Suddenly, she heard a series of hurried horse hooves behind her. She looked back and saw Zi Gue on the horse's back with a hurried expression. "Miss. The Qi family's ritual has been brought forward. Yesterday, Qi Zhuanyu did something to harm herself. Mistress Qi did not sleep the entire night. After discussing with Lord Qi, they asked Daoist Zhang from Xianqing Monastery to perform the ritual for Qi Zhuanyu today. The time will be set at noon." Ning Shu's expression turned cold. She immediately had an ominous premonition and said, "Hurry. It's now 7:15. There are still more than 2 hours before noon. If we hurry over, we might be able to stop that from happening." 2 hours ago, inside Qingqian Palace. A palace maid carefully knelt on the ground. After trimming Consort Qi's nails, she carefully dyed her red nails stroke by stroke. On the chaise lounge embroidered with golden phoenix peonies, Consort Qi supported her chin with her hand. She faced her trusted eunuch who was bowing beside her and asked, "How is the investigation of the ghost bee?" The eunuch named Jing Zhong trembled as he said, "Reporting to your highness, this servant has brought people to search the entire imperial garden but did not find any traces of the poisonous bee. The 13th princess has also sent spies to investigate, but also did not find." Consort Qi's beautiful face was slightly distorted due to anger. "Then why did Xiao Zhongping say that he personally saw a poisonous bee stinging Zhanyu that day in the imperial garden?" Jing Zhong was extremely terrified, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. "I beg Nyang Nyang to judge clearly." That year, the beekeeper from Nanjiang was personally silenced by this servant. His heart was pierced with a knife, and he died on the spot. His youngest daughter was also strangled by this servant. After killing the 2 of them, this servant threw their corpses into the river to feed the fish to ensure their safety. This servant then stood guard by the river for 4 hours, but I didn't see any corpses floating up. Only then did I dare to leave. It's impossible for the 2 of them to come back to life. His back was almost soaked in cold sweat. He tried to clear his mind, rolled his eyes, and said, I think that maybe when Chiron revealed something to 13th Princess before he died. 13th Princess has been holding back for so many years in order to wait for an opportunity. She happened to wait for that day, so she took the opportunity to set up a trap and deliberately told you about the poisonous bee in public to trick you. Consort Chi suspiciously narrowed her eyes. After a while, she said, I never thought that this girl would be this cunning at such a young age. It really makes this one have a whole new level of respect for her, just like her cheap mother. She looked calm on the surface, not fighting for anything, but when this one was fighting for favor with noble Lady May, she took the chance to win His Majesty's favor, allowing him to favor her again. If it wasn't for Dr. Zhang finding this clue and reporting it to me, this one would have been fooled by that cheap woman. Jing Zhong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a flattering voice, she is just a lowly maid, but she wants to compete with the sun and moon. She simply doesn't know life and death. Consort Chi, you are kind enough to leave her corpse intact. You told this servant to say that that cheap woman should be cut to pieces. Consort Chi looked down and looked at the medicine the maid had applied to her. She coldly curled her red lips, that cheap woman is already dead and her corpse is already rotten, so it isn't a problem. As for the little cheap woman she left behind, this one has always wanted to get rid of this trouble. It's a pity that I don't know where she cultivated her good fortune, but she actually gained the backing of old Princess Yu. This one wanted to make a move, but I couldn't find a chance. If this one finds out that she was the one who did this, then don't blame this one for cutting the grass and roots. The last 4 words were incomparably sinister, making Jing Zhong's heart tremble. He only dared to lower his head with a smile, not daring to say a single word. After Consort Chi was silent for a while, she changed the topic. Has there been any news of the Southern Peace King's manor cancelling the engagement? Not yet. Consort Chi nodded, that's good. This one has worked hard for so long in order to obtain the assistance of the Southern Peace King's manor. I didn't expect that child Jue Yu would encounter such a strange thing. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and that Ning Shu are all a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. They still haven't solved the case. They are simply stupid. Jing Zhong thought for a moment, then said, Madam Qi just sent a message saying that the soul summoning ceremony has been set up at Xianqing Temple and is only waiting for Consort Qi. When the ceremony is over, Consort Qi will summon 4th young Miss's scattered soul back. At that time, 4th young Miss will definitely return to normal. Then, the position of the Southern Peace King's heir consort will still be in Consort Qi's hands. Qi Fei stood up and let out a soft sigh. That's the best outcome. This one has watched Jue Yu grow up since she was young, and her personality is very similar to this one. Even if it wasn't for the position of the Southern Peace King's heir consort, this one still hopes that she can be safe and sound. Since it has been set up, then follow this one. Jing Zhong signaled with his eyes, and a few palace maids immediately came over to help Consort Qi change her clothes and set up the sedan. This servant obeys. After helping Consort Qi into the sedan, a total of 16 eunuchs lifted the sedan. 6 personal palace maids followed closely behind, standing on both sides of the sedan, ready to listen to Consort Qi's orders at any time. Behind the sedan, Jing Zhong lowered his head and gently touched his face. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he immediately strode forward to serve Consort Qi. Chapter 201. Xianqing Temple. In order to let Qi Zhuanyu wake up earlier, Madame Qi ordered people to set up the Taoist hall at night. When the auspicious time arrived and concubine Qi arrived, Daoist Zhang would cast a spell to change her crazy daughter back to her original appearance. In the center of the Taoist hall, Daoist Zhang made a gesture with one hand and held the evil-warding wooden sword in the other. He closed his eyes and prayed to the passing deities. The 9 Taoist masters around him were guarding the array, and yellow talismans were flying in their hands. In order to prevent Qi Zhuanyu's madness from acting up and disrupting the process of casting the spell, Lord Qi had to order people to feed her drugs. At this time, Qi Zhuanyu was lying quietly on the altar covered with cinnabar runes, waiting for the Taoist masters to cast the spell to summon her soul. In the sky, Daoist Zhang pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "The stars on Taishang are ever-changing, exorcising evil spirits, protecting one's life and protecting one's body. Wisdom is clear, mind is peaceful, the 3 souls are eternal, the soul is without loss, the gods bless, the soul returns to its place, the auspicious time has arrived. Please sprinkle the holy water, Concubine Qi." Concubine Qi stepped forward and took the golden bottle from Daoist Zhang. Then, she turned and walked to Qi Zhuanyu and sprinkled the holy water on her body. Madame Qi held Lord Qi's sleeve tightly and looked here. Her eyes were nervous and expectant. She was afraid that if this ritual was ineffective, their only daughter would have no hope in this life. Mother Hui and the others were also nervous. The whole place was silent. Only the sound of the teachers chanting and the sound of the holy water sprinkling from the bottle could be heard. Under countless expectant eyes, Qi Zhuanyu, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. She called out softly to Concubine Qi, who was sprinkling the holy water on her, and tears fell from Madame Qi's eyes. She stepped forward and said, "Zhuanyu, my daughter, are you awake?" Qi Zhuanyu slowly got up and turned her head stiffly to look at her. Suddenly, her face showed an extremely painful expression. "Mother, my body is so hot." Then, in front of everyone, Qi Zhuanyu, who was splashed with holy water, suddenly emitted a cluster of sparks and screamed loudly, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." The scene was extremely strange. No one knew where the cluster of sparks came from, but they saw it burn into a ball of flame in an instant. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Qi Fei was so shocked that she fell to the ground, completely losing her bearing. Jing Zhong and the others hurriedly helped her up and hid to the side. Mother Hui shouted in shock, "Miss!" He wanted to rush over and slap away the flames around Qi Zhuanyu, but the flames burned more fiercely. In an instant, they converged into a raging fire and swallowed Qi Zhuanyu whole. Amidst the raging fire, Qi Zhuanyu screamed and fell from the ritual platform to the ground. Her shrill scream was like coming to hell. Madame Qi cried and wanted to rush over to save her daughter, but she was held back by Lord Qi. Lord Qi's eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head and shouted, "Sand and stone. Water. Quick!" But it was too slow. In the end, it was too slow. When Ning Shu arrived, she saw this scene. Crazy and crazy, dying an unnatural death. In the end, these 8 characters were confirmed by Qi Zhuanyu. When buckets of water completely extinguished the fire on her body, she had already been burned into black charcoal. Lord Qi walked over shakily and tried to wake up his only precious daughter, but when he stretched out his fingers, he could no longer feel Qi Dianyu's breathing. Lord Qi raised his hand and looked blankly at the sky. Then, he looked at his sister who was frightened out of her wits not far away. Finally, he punched the ground heavily and tears fell at the same time. Madame Qi had already fainted from crying. Qi Fei was in a trance and almost went crazy. She could only silently say, "How could this be? How could this be? Have you heard? Have you heard?" Consort Qi burned her own niece to death with her own hands. Chapter 202. For a moment, the streets and alleys of the capital were all talking about the same strange incident. What? Could it be that she's also crazy? Why would she burn her own niece to death? Who knows? Strange things happen every year, especially this year. Perhaps it's because the Chi family's fourth miss has already gone mad and is no longer of any use. Fortunately, they killed her to prevent her from ruining the Chi family's reputation. Even if that's the case, they should have quietly dealt with her. How could they do this in public in front of so many people? Even the honorable imperial concubine Chi wouldn't dare to commit such a heinous crime. Moreover, the Taoist temple's holy water actually burned a living person to death. In my opinion, there's only one explanation for such a bizarre incident: heaven's punishment. The Chi family must have done something so evil that even heaven couldn't stand it anymore and sent down heaven's punishment as a punishment. The curses of the 8 characters that had been spreading throughout the capital and the curses of those who had died unnatural deaths had all been placed on her body. This is the best proof. Oh, if that's really the case, then how evil must it be to make heaven so angry? I'm afraid that only the Chi family knows in their hearts. Do you still remember? 9 years ago, the 7-year-old Chi family's fourth miss killed a wolf demon on the street and dragged the wolf demon's corpse for 3 whole streets. To do such a thing at such a young age, how could she not have done many evil things over the years? As for Consort Chi, which concubine who has climbed to such a position in the imperial harem is easy to deal with? No matter what, Consort Chi burned the Chi family's fourth miss to death in front of so many people. This is an indisputable fact. Let's just wait and watch the show. For ordinary people, this strange incident was just another topic to talk about after a meal. The officials of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice all stood at the scene of the crime, withstanding His Majesty's anger and almost pulling out all the hair on their foreheads. From beginning to end, this case was so strange that it made people scratch their heads. They did not expect that the strangest thing was yet to come. Looking at the pitch-black corpse of the fourth miss of the Chi family, the officials only felt that their official careers would be ruined today. Your Majesty. Concubine Chi raised her head and 2 streams of tears fell. The heavens had given her an extremely beautiful appearance. Even though she was almost 40 years old, she was still as gorgeous as a blooming flower, dazzling and ostentatious. At this moment, this dazzling flower was leaning against the palace maid's chest, trembling all over. Her face was deathly pale, as if she had been ruthlessly ravaged by a torrential storm. She actually showed a rare fragile and pitiful side. When she saw the emperor's bright yellow dragon robe appear in front of her eyes, she immediately grabbed onto it tightly like a drowning person seeing a piece of driftwood. She broke down and wailed, "It wasn't me who harmed you, it wasn't. Your Majesty, please believe me. Please believe me. It really wasn't me who harmed her." She had a dazed expression as if she'd just witnessed her own niece being burned alive before her eyes, and it terrified her to the point her mind was in chaos. The emperor looked at this woman who had accompanied him for nearly 20 years and had almost melted most of his life into her life. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in his heart. The emperor patted her hand comfortingly and ordered the palace maids to immediately bring her into a quiet room to take good care of her. Who can explain clearly to me what exactly is going on? The emperor slowly turned around and looked around at all the officials present. His deliberately lowered voice was enough to show how angry he was at this moment. It's best if no one talks to me about cursing the heavens or ghosts or gods. Otherwise, I'll execute their entire family right now. No one present dared to make a sound. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was helplessly pushed forward to bear the emperor's rage. Just now, we found a half-burned Taoist robe in the stove of Xianqing Temple. We suspect that someone disguised themselves as a Taoist priest to infiltrate Xianqing Temple and took the opportunity to tamper with the ritual. We beg your Majesty to give us some time. We will definitely investigate this case. Before he finished speaking, the emperor had already laughed. Every inch of his trembling flesh moved with his angry laughter. "Ha, give you time. Could it be that I haven't given you enough time? If I give you more time, I'm afraid that the people's saliva would have already drowned the entire palace." The emperor's gaze swept around. "Where is the daughter of the Ning family?" In the crowd, Ning Shu sighed in her heart. She had no choice but to step forward and bow. "This official's daughter, Ning Shu, greets your majesty." The emperor put on a fake smile and said, "I remember that imperial concubine Qi has already given this case to you. In the previous case, your mouth was very sharp. How come you're not saying anything now? Have you become mute?" Ning Shu lowered her head and didn't reply. The emperor flew into a rage. "From the matter of the curse to today's case, my patience has already run out. Since none of you can find anything, then I'll take care of it. Since today's matter happened in Xianqing Temple, it can't be separated from Xianqing Temple. There are nearly 100 people in the temple, but they couldn't guard against a murderer. All of them are guilty of negligence. In addition, the 37 people from the Imperial Astronomer's office who took over the curse, the 8 eunuchs by Imperial concubine Qi's side, and the 6 maidservants who were outside the palace on the night of the incident in Wenfang Hall. Arrest all of them and interrogate them. I don't believe that I can't find a murderer." With the emperor's order, hundreds of guards immediately filed in. For a moment, the entire Xianqing temple had countless people kowtowing and begging for mercy. They cried and cried. It was like a prison. The scene that she didn't want to see the most finally happened in front of her eyes. Ning Shu had no other choice. She could only step forward and say in a clear voice, "Reporting to your majesty, this official's daughter already has an idea of who the murderer is. I ask your majesty to allow this official's daughter to go forward and examine the body of 4th young Miss Qi to confirm my thoughts." Chapter 203. The emperor's eyes drooped as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Then, he coldly said, "I'll give you 3 incense sticks of time. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer after 3 incense sticks of time, I'll punish you as well." Ning Shu bowed and said, "This little girl obeys." After temporarily dealing with the emperor, Ning Shu turned around and walked towards the crying Qi family. Madame Qi had already fainted from crying. Qi Darren was nearly 50 years old and had lost a son and a daughter in succession. At this moment, he was extremely sad and his eyes were filled with tears. His chest was filled with anger and he wanted to vent it on everyone present. He wanted them all to be buried with his precious daughter. However, he blankly looked around and found that other than his own sister, the concubine Qi, who had always been the pride of the Qi family but had used a cup of holy water to burn his youngest daughter to death, there was no one else he could blame. This huge anger and confusion made his blood boil. His throat was hoarse and he couldn't say a single word. He vaguely remembered that not long ago, that delicate and tender little baby was sent out of the delivery room. That soft little bundle wrapped in swaddling clothes was sent to him. He had several sons before and had always strictly adhered to the Qi family's ancestral teachings. This caused them to respect and fear him, but they didn't get close to him. Only this little girl, who had been crying when the midwife brought her to him, smiled as soon as she saw him. From then on, he held her in the palm of his hand, afraid she would fall. He held her in his mouth, afraid she would melt. He couldn't wait to send the best things in the world to her. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that her temperament was a bit too spoiled and domineering, he still couldn't bear to discipline her. He only thought that with him and the Qi family's plaque, nothing big would happen. But who knew that in the end, his baby would still die? She would die in the hands of his own family. Qi Darren's eyes darkened and his legs staggered. He almost fell down and was supported by the servants. In his dry throat, the only sound he could make was the sound of weeping. Because her death was too tragic, in order to preserve the last trace of dignity, Chi Darren ordered Mother Hui to quickly find a white cloth to cover her. When Ning Shu pushed her way through the crowd to examine the corpse, Lord Qi said in a hoarse voice, "Do you really have a conjecture in your heart, or are you just beating around the bush? If it's the latter, don't touch my daughter." Right now, the Qi family was in a dilemma. His daughter, Yuning, had died a tragic death before she was married. If her body was dissected in public, he wouldn't even be able to keep his face after death. How would he be able to see his daughter in the Yellow Springs in the future? It would be fine if the culprit was found, but if there was no result in the end, then the blame would be pushed onto concubine Qi. This would be a fatal blow to the Qi family that had already been deeply cut twice. "Lord Qi, don't worry. My daughter wouldn't dare to commit the crime of deceiving the monarch. In a moment this humble girl will ask the surrounding people to avoid arousing suspicion, leaving only a few female servants as assistants to roughly examine the surface of fourth young Miss body. We will definitely not disgrace fourth young Mississippi." Lord Qi opened his mouth silently, but in the end, he turned his face away. "Then, go ahead and investigate. If you find out who harmed my her and my Qi family in the end, I will definitely crush that person." Corpse. 10,000. Duan. Ning Shu gave a few simple instructions, and a few maidservants immediately went to find a few wide cloths to surround the corpse, separating it from the view of others. Then, she led Forsythia in. It had to be said that Qi Zhuanyu had really died a tragic death. As soon as the white cloth was lifted, Forsythia subconsciously turned her face away. After being burned by the raging fire, the clothes on her body had almost been burned to ashes, leaving only a few tattered pieces stuck to the corpse. Her skin and flesh had long been burned and stuck together into a piece of charcoal, emitting a suffocating smell. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of her, Ning Shu let out a soft sigh in her heart. Not long ago, in Weiyang Palace, Qi Zhuanyu's appearance when she found out that she had been selected seemed to still be in front of Ning Shu. At that time, a crimson blush immediately dyed her cheeks, her fingers entangled, and she was so excited that she almost shed tears. She used the most expectant eyes in the world to look at her sweetheart walking towards her from behind the screen. She did not have her usual arrogance, nor did she have her usual arrogance and cruelty. What was left was only a young and infatuated girl, wholeheartedly infatuated with her sweetheart. In just a few short days, she had become like this. Was this really God's punishment? Perhaps in a sense, it was the cycle of the heavens, and retribution was not good. Back then, she had planted the poisonous seed with her own hands, and in the end, it bore the evil fruit, and it was on her own body. Chapter 204. Ning Shu didn't have time to sigh. She put on the pig foam gloves that Huema gave her and quickly checked her body. She knelt down on one knee and sniffed her body carefully. When she smelled another complex and pungent smell hidden in the burnt smell of the corpse, she frowned slightly. Then she carefully pinched a piece of the burnt clothes on her body and crushed it in her palm. She pondered for a moment and then ordered Forsythia to give her a knife. She cut a small piece of charcoal from Qi Zhuanyu's body and put it in the copper plate. Then, she held the murder weapon in her hand, which was the golden cup with the holy water. She carefully looked at it, rubbed the water droplets on it, and sniffed the smell. Finally, she observed every corner and every detail of the Taoist hall. After doing all this, the third incense stick was almost burned to the end. When Ning Shu stood up, she was already sweating. She didn't have time to wipe her sweat. She turned around and looked at one of the maidservants of the Qi family who was huddling and crying in the corner. She said softly, "Mother Hui, you have completed the perfect revenge. Please tell us the truth. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They were silent for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Even Lord Qi, who had been angry all this time, was stunned. He opened his eyes in disbelief. How could it be her? This woman was born in the palace and was a famous etiquette instructor in the capital. She was invited by him to teach Qi Jueyu many years ago. She had always done her best to take care of Qi Jueyu. Even Madame Qi, who was Qi Jueyu's biological mother, was not as thoughtful as her. Not to mention how dedicated she was in the past. After Qi Jueyu's accident, she blamed herself every day and followed the servants to look for Qi Jueyu in the capital. After Qi Jueyu went crazy, the other servants were afraid of being bitten by Qi Jueyu, so they all avoided her. Only she stayed by her side and took care of her day and night. Until just now, she was still kneeling beside Qi Jueyu's body and crying. She beat her chest in grief and said that she wanted to follow Qi Jueyu, when the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court came in, who didn't sigh at her loyalty. How could it be her? However, this Lady Ning's clear eyes fell on her as she asked her a question. Everyone followed her line of sight and saw that beside Qi Juanyu's corpse, Mother Hui was kneeling with the other servants. She slowly raised her head and looked at Ning Shu with tears and confusion. She said slowly, "Lady Ning, what do you mean by that? How come? I don't understand at all." Ning Shu shook her head gently. "You've been leading this series of cases from the beginning to the end, haven't you?" Before Mother Hui could speak, the maidservant beside her had already questioned, "How is this possible?" Just now, when Miss was on fire, Mother Hui was the first to rush forward to put out the fire regardless of the danger. Now, the blisters on her hands are still there. How can you say that Mother Hui is Mrs. Murderer? Someone beside her immediately agreed and complained for her, "That's right, that's right." Moreover, since the masters rushed to the training hall this morning, Mother Hui hasn't left Mrs. side and has been serving Mississippi. She hasn't touched any holy water or golden zune. How could it be her? Lady Ning, you can't just find someone to take the blame for the case. No matter how cheap our servants' lives are, they're still lives. Even Lord Qi, after bowing his head and thinking slowly, said hoarsely, "When we arrived at Xianqing Temple this morning, in order to prevent you from falling ill, I ordered Mother Hui to serve you closely and not leave her side. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have had the chance to do anything in this case." Ning Shu's words were firm. "No, she did something. It's just that she's not the only one." "What do you mean?" "Because since that mysterious and treacherous blood signature, or even earlier than the wolf demon's revenge, besides her, there was a group of people who conspired with her to do all this." Chapter 205. A group of people. His Majesty looked at Mother Hui, who was kneeling on the ground like a frightened quail. It was hard for him to imagine that such a huge mystery would be solved by such a woman. Was it not a joke? Ning Shu met His Majesty's suspicious gaze, neither servile nor overbearing. She straightened her back like a lotus flower, showing her certainty and confidence. "Your Majesty, the inside story of this case is extremely complicated. Every link is intertwined, and it is difficult to pick out one by one to explain clearly. Your Majesty, please allow me to start from a few days ago when the Imperial Astronomer divined the cursed lot and report to you one by one." The Emperor reluctantly squeezed out some patience and said, "Okay, tell me everything from the beginning to the end." After Ning Shu bowed in greeting, she raised her head. The golden crow above her head had been covered by a dark cloud at some point in time. The surroundings darkened, but her eyes were abnormally bright, like two balls of black mercury immersed in water. She could easily see through the chaotic fog. As everyone knows, a few days ago at the peace banquet in Weiyang Palace, hosted by the Empress, concubine Qi, and several old concubines, the crown prince of Nanping Prince drew lots to choose his concubine. In the end, the fourth young lady of Qi drew the letter written by the crown prince of Xiaohou and was chosen as the crown princess. At that banquet, the 13th princess got into an argument with the fourth young lady of Qi because she did not draw the letter. Then, there was the incident of her falling into the water by the imperial garden. After that, the fourth young lady of Qi mysteriously disappeared without a trace in the fragrant hall. It was not until a few days later that her trace was found under a bridge where beggars gathered. After Ning Shu summarized the matter as briefly as possible, she began to peel off the hidden bud of the lotus petal one by one and showed it to everyone. Actually, what everyone doesn't know is that the ceremony of drawing lots to choose the consort was not real from the beginning to the end. Because at that time, the box that contained the 24 pieces of paper was all empty. The only piece of paper written by His Highness the Crown Prince had long been put aside in order to fish out the fish that was hidden in the muddy water. As soon as the first petal of the lotus petal was peeled, it caused a heated discussion. Ah, so that's it. In that case, the fourth miss of the Qi family is not the rightful princess consort. There were also people who couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. However, because Lord Qi was also present, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They only muttered in their hearts, on the day of the selection, the Qi family was so high profile. They sent cart after cart of rewards to her residence. When the Qi family received the good news, the sound of firecrackers immediately rang out. Who would have thought that from beginning to end, it was just an illusion? Now, the mirror is broken and the flower is ruined. This is really absurd. Sigh. The emperor thought of something and suddenly asked, "Why were you there that day?" Ning Shu choked for a moment, then awkwardly explained, "His Highness the Crown Prince received the imperial edict and entered the palace. When he learned about the curse, he was worried all night. Perhaps it was because my daughter accidentally solved the case last time, which made His Highness think highly of my daughter, so he privately ordered my daughter to assist from the side." She tried her best to explain, but the other officials present all revealed some kind of obscure and mysterious look. Ning Shu was silent. Ever since that absurd banquet at the Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon restaurant, the two enthusiastic officials from the Ministry of Justice had gone back and exaggerated, spreading the unspeakable things between her and Xiao Yuni, Tan Siwei, and Xiahou Qing like wildfire. In such a large capital, there were more than 10 yamens from 6 provinces and 6 ministries. Every day, they would meet in the morning court. Since they had nothing to do, they had long spread the unspeakable things to 4, 5, 6, or 7. During the previous 2 investigations with the Supreme Court, she had more than once heard the officials quietly gossiping about her, describing how Ning Shu's nine-tailed fox divine technique had reached a new level. Now, there was another piece of evidence of her seducing Xiahou Qing. Oh heavens, what the hell is this? She didn't have time to mourn for her damaged reputation. She coughed a few times and quickly pulled the topic back to the main topic. In short, His Highness' method was very effective. As expected, the other party made a move. The 24 noble ladies present each drew a blank letter. Logically speaking, no one was chosen, but something incredible happened. After the letter in 4th Miss Qi's hand was opened, there was actually writing on it. After the incident, we immediately investigated and analyzed that the letter in 4th Miss Qi's hand must have been swapped. At that time, there were 5 people besides her who touched her letter. They were the personal nanny who helped her with the fire paint, the 13th princess who fought with her for the letter, the 2 palace servants who came on behalf of concubine Su to stop her, and old consort Yu who persuaded the 13th princess. At that time, our attention was attracted to the 13th princess who had just quarreled with her, but we ignored the personal nanny who was standing beside her and serving her, whom she regarded as her confidant, Mother Hui. She was the one who had the most opportunity to do something. People were the easiest to be blinded by the light. After the incident, they subconsciously put Mother Hui and Qi Zhuanyu in the same camp. They suspected Xiao Zhangping, Shen Xing, and concubine Su. They even suspected that fourth Miss Qi might be in love with His Highness, so she did it on purpose. However, they didn't take Mother Hui, who was respectful and almost invisible, seriously. Chapter 206. Mother Hui looked at Ning Shu blankly and said, "It's my duty to serve Mississippi. You can't put the blame on me just because I was there at the time." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Han, thought for a moment and agreed, "There is no conclusive evidence and no witnesses. At best, we can say that she has the suspicion and possibility of committing the crime, but we can't directly convict her." Ning Shu declined to comment and continued, "Then came the incident where the 13th princess and the 4th miss of the Qi family fell into the supreme liquid pool together. When the 4th miss of the Qi family was rescued from the pool, everyone suddenly found that her collar had been stuffed with that crazy, and unnatural death curse. Similarly, because 13th princess and 4th miss Qi were in close contact and fell into the water together, everyone looked at 13th princess suspiciously. Is there any eunuch who participated in the rescue at that time? At that time, the incident was very big. Many eunuchs in the palace were ordered by the empress to participate in the rescue." Hearing Ning Shu's question, a eunuch beside His Majesty quickly raised his hand. "I was there at that time." "Eunuch, please recall carefully. When you rescued 4th Miss Qi from the supreme liquid pool, did you find the curse in her collar?" The eunuch bowed his head and carefully recalled for a long time. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't think so." After Ning Shu nodded her head in thanks, she asked the eunuch to go back. "Yes, after I asked several palace maids and eunuchs who participated in the rescue, the answer I received was exactly the same, no. Your Majesty can go back to the palace and ask all the palace maids who participated in the rescue." A pair of eyes may be negligent, but so many people didn't notice it. It wasn't until 4th Miss Qi was rescued ashore and the maids wrapped her with a cloak that Grand Tutor Qian's second daughter suddenly found the curse on 4th Miss Qi's collar. Please think about it. If the 13th princess secretly put the token into her collar before she fell into the water, she would struggle when she fell into the water. How could the 13th princess guarantee that the token would not be shaken into the water? Secondly, why didn't the 13th princess find the token when so many eunuchs and palace maids fished her out and touched her closely? Tan Siwei, who was standing behind the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, thought for a moment and said, "So, it's very likely that someone secretly put the signature into 4th Miss collar when the servants were in a hurry to cover her with cloaks." At that time, everyone was in a panic and surrounded 4th Miss, so no one would have noticed the extra pair of hands. Yes. Ning Shu nodded and smiled. At that time, the person who was closest to 4th Miss was also you, Mother Hui. Mother Hui was frightened and flustered. Every wrinkle on her face was written with grievance. She opened her mouth and was about to defend herself when she was interrupted by Ning Shu. "I know. You want to say that it's just a matter of duty, so let's skip this part and continue." After that, 4th Miss Qi was frightened when she fell into the water. Consort Qi arranged for her to rest in the fragrance hall, which was closest to the imperial garden. That night, the disappearance of 4th Miss Qi shocked all of us. At that time, there were more than 100 guards guarding the perimeter of the fragrance hall. 4th Miss Qi was resting alone in her bedroom. 6 servants, including Mother Hui, were guarding outside the hall. 4th Miss Qi's bedroom was on the 2nd floor and there were guards guarding the staircase. Logically speaking, even if she had wings, she would not be able to escape the eyes of the many guards. After that, Consort Qi ordered people to search the entire fragrance hall, but they did not find any suspicious secret passages or hidden compartments. Judging from the situation at that time, no one would be able to steal a living person from there, but it happened. So, at that time, I was also confused and at a loss. Coupled with the blood print of the wolf's paw on the dress, everyone could not help but associate it with the mischief of a demon. However, are there really demons and ghosts in this world that can stir up trouble? I don't believe it. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang, revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "Then how do you explain this matter?" The night before, old Princess Consort Yu went to the fragrance hall to visit 4th Miss Chi at midnight, but she disappeared at midnight. During this time, even if Mother Hui had the ability to secretly hide 4th Miss Chi, there was no way to transport her out of the palace. Ning Shu nodded. Every day, the key to the imperial harem would be released at midnight and the palace gates would be opened at midnight the next day. During this time, no one would be able to enter or leave the harem. This is something that everyone knows. Wang Han sneered, then what else did Lady Ning say? Could it be that this woman has the ability to hide someone for a few hours and then teleport them out of the palace? Moreover, after the incident, these servants were personally escorted out of the palace by the guards. It's possible to hide a few handkerchiefs on them, but to hide a living person? Stop joking. Ning Shu smiled, her eyes clear and bright. She gently tilted her head and said, "But who said that 4th Miss Chi must have disappeared after midnight?" Chapter 207. Ning Shu calmly raised her guess. After 4th young miss was chosen as the heir's wife, the concubines and grand concubines of the various palaces bestowed 4th young miss with many treasures and silks as congratulatory gifts. They almost piled up into a small mountain. When the sun was setting in the west, I visited 4th young miss as a small eunuch by the heir's side. I personally heard 4th young miss instruct Wee Mama to lead people to pack up a portion of the treasures and transport them back to the residence. After that, 4th young miss went into the hall to rest with Wee Mama's support and never came out again. Perhaps no one noticed that among the treasures, there was a reward from Consort Chi, 2 bolts of silk and satin from Zhongchuan province that were placed in a crimson brocade box. That brocade box was more than 3 feet long and 2 feet deep. It was enough to wrap up a soft and slender young girl and place her inside. Then, without anyone noticing, it would be placed in a carriage with the other items and transported back to the Chi residence. This is simply, Ning Shu's guess was too outrageous. After everyone heard it, they couldn't say anything. They could only use their stunned expressions to express their shock. Then what should we do with the 2 extra bolts of silk and satin? Those are 2 bolts of silk and satin that weigh several dozen catties. You can cut them up and deal with them separately. Once you break them up, the troublesome matter will be easily solved. Ning Shu replied briskly, "You can either put the small pieces of silk into each brocade box or tie them to your body. Either way, there are ways to do it." At the time, everyone thought that she had disappeared in the palace, and they only thought in that direction. In their panic and worry, who would have thought that the 4th young lady, whom they were so desperately searching for, was hidden in the pile of gifts that had been shipped back to the Fu? I guessed that you had already arranged for people to receive the 4th young miss in the Chi residence. When the brocade box that hid 4th young miss was transported back to the Chi residence, it was secretly transported out using the kitchen swill cart or night fragrance buckets. Mother Hui, when you were repeatedly searched and questioned, nothing could be found. After you were leisurely released from the palace, everything had already been settled. What you needed to do was to put those pieces of silk back into the brocade box and place them at the bottom of the pile of rewards. After saying that, Ning Shu turned around and looked straight into Mrs. Huey's eyes. "I think that's why you were so anxious to burn it when I went to the storeroom on a whim. It's because there's a big secret hidden in it that can expose you immediately. Am I right, Mother Hui?" Mother Hui was dazed for a moment, as if she couldn't understand what Ning Shu was talking about. She pursed her lips and slammed her forehead on the ground. This old servant doesn't know why Lady Ning would have such an idea. Now that the brocade box has been burned to ashes, this old servant really can't explain myself. However, I still want to speak up for myself. Your Majesty, this old servant is innocent. What Lady Ning said, this old servant didn't do a single thing. Tan Siwei listened attentively, following Ning Shu's train of thought. However, a new question quickly arose. According to what Lady Ning said, Qi Juayu was hidden in the brocade box and sent out of the palace before 5:30 p.m. Then, after that, her bedroom was empty. How could no one have discovered it? Ning Shu analyzed clearly. There are two possibilities for accomplishing this. The first possibility is that the other 5 maidservants who entered the palace with her conspired together, so no one would expose it. They even made up a lie together when someone came to visit. Then, one of them would pretend to be 4th young miss and lie on the bed. In any case, 4th young miss was already asleep. As long as she turned her back, no one would be insensible enough to wake her up, let alone verify whether she was the real one. Xiang Jin, Hui Yu, and the others kneeling beside Mother Hui immediately cried out for injustice. The emperor waved his hand in annoyance and ordered people to temporarily gag their mouths. Then what about the second possibility? And the second possibility? Ning Shu raised her head and looked in the direction of the emperor. In an extremely soft voice, she slowly said, "Then it can only be old Princess Yu, how dare you?" The emperor immediately revealed an angry expression. Chapter 208. When everyone present heard Ning Shu mention old Princess Consort Yu, they had a feeling that His Majesty would be furious. As expected, His Majesty's face was tense, as if he would order the palace servants to punish Ning Shu for her audacity at any moment. This was because the late old Prince Yu was His Majesty's most trusted elder brother. Not only did he risk his life to save His Majesty when Zhao Wenzhong was plotting rebellion in Jingzhou, he also made great contributions to His Majesty when His Majesty ascended the throne 25 years ago, helping His Majesty secure the throne. His Majesty had always remembered this kindness in his heart. Now that old Prince Yu had passed away, old Princess Consort Yu was the only one left in Prince Yu's household. His Majesty was very moved and treated old Princess Consort Yu even more favorably as compensation. Even the imperial princess was given to her to raise to relieve boredom. How could he allow a little Ning Shu to offend her? Not to mention putting her in the position of a suspect. This Lady Ning's guts were as big as ever. Did she not know how to write the word death? It really made people admire her. Ning Shu fearlessly met His Majesty's slightly narrowed eyes and bowed, "May Your Majesty please calm down. My daughter's guesses are not baseless and have a reason." Before His Majesty could punish her, she quickly explained the reasons for her suspicions. Generally speaking, unless it's something urgent, most people wouldn't visit others at such a late time like the 9-hour period. Especially when 4th Miss fell into the water in the afternoon. In order to express her concern, old Princess Consort Yu should visit earlier to express her concern. However, she chose to do so at such a time. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, after old Princess Consort Yu visited, the servant said that 4th Miss had already rested and it was inconvenient for her to meet. However, old Princess Consort Yu still insisted on visiting. After pushing the door open to take a look, she retreated and said that since 4th Miss had already fallen asleep, she would not disturb her for the time being and would come back tomorrow. Doesn't such an action seem abrupt? Did she really not believe the servant's words, or did she come just to help Mother Hui clear her suspicions and at the same time, to obscure the true time of 4th Miss's disappearance? Clap, clap, clap. After Ning Shu finished speaking, a few claps suddenly sounded from afar. Accompanying the claps were a few intermittent coughs. Ning Shu looked towards the source of the sound and found that it was none other than old Princess Consort Yu whom she had just mentioned. The Emperor asked, "Imperial sister-in-law, why are you here?" Old Princess Consort Yu sighed softly. "This old one was burning incense in the nearby Miaojing Hall when I suddenly heard the servant say that fourth miss of the Qi family had been burned to death by Imperial Consort Qi in Xianqing Temple. How could this old one not be worried when such a big thing happened? I thought that your majesty must be very anxious right now, so I came to take a look. Perhaps there is something this old one can help with." After answering the emperor, old Princess Consort Yu turned her gaze and looked at Qi Zhuanyu's charred body to express her deep regret. Then, she said to Lord Qi, "My condolences." Finally, her gaze slowly landed on Ning Shu. After sizing her up slightly, she revealed an expression of admiration. "You are the Ning family's girl, right? This old one remembers that when you were born, the Duke's mansion held a 100-day celebration. This old one even hugged you once. At that time, I saw that your large eyes were very lively and I told Hexin that when you grew up, you would definitely be intelligent and charming, as clear as jade. I didn't expect it to be true." Her deduction was methodical and indeed worthy of praise. "I just didn't expect that at this old one's age, with half of my body buried in the earth, I would actually have the opportunity to be treated as a suspect. This can be considered as experiencing something new before my death. It is indeed interesting." The emperor had always respected old Princess Consort Yu. At this time, when he heard her say this, he felt that Ning Shu's guess was simply absurd. He coldly said, "Daughter of the Ning family, how can old Princess Consort Yu be slandered by you? Quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Just as the emperor was about to punish her, he didn't expect that the one to smooth things over was old Princess Consort Yu. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry." Ning Yatu only said that there was such a possibility and didn't say that it was definitely this old one's doing. "Why don't we listen to this child first? This old one is also very curious about the truth behind this mysterious case." Old Princess Yu smiled amiably, and looked at Ning Shu with a very tolerant gaze. "Regarding your two questions, this old one can answer them all. First, this old one didn't visit the Qi family's fourth young miss in time because Chongping Yadu had also fallen into the water that day and was frightened and suspected. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit the Qi family's fourth young miss, but no one went to see Chongping. This old one had taught her for 6 years after all and had a deeper relationship with her. I couldn't bear to see her like this and went to accompany her first. It wasn't until she fell asleep that I had the time to visit the Qi family's fourth young Mississippi. I ask for your Majesty and official Qi's understanding on this point. As for the second point, the Qi family's fourth young miss falling into the water was more or less related to Chongping. This old one was worried that if this misunderstanding wasn't explained clearly in time, it would really become a misunderstanding. Thus, in a moment of desperation, this old one didn't care too much. Moreover, this old one thought that the Qi family's fourth young miss was unhappy and refused to see this old one. Thus, this old one insisted on entering the hall. After entering, this old one realized that the servants weren't lying to this old one and that the Qi family's fourth young miss had already fallen asleep. Thus, this old one retreated. At that time, this old one did indeed see the shape of the quilt bulge and had the same long hair as the Qi family's fourth young miss, so this old one didn't think too much about it. I don't know if Ning Yatu is willing to believe this explanation. Chapter 209. Everything had a motive. Old Princess Yu colluded with the servants of the Qi family to kill Qi Zhuanyu, who had nothing to do with her. Even a novel wouldn't write such a ridiculous story. After hearing old Princess Yu's explanation, the people who weren't convinced by Ning Shu's second conjecture felt that it was even more ridiculous. Wang Han and the others looked at His Majesty's expression and immediately said, old Princess Yu has always been devoted to Buddhism and has no enmity with the fourth young mistress of the Qi family. Why would she participate in this case? It must be the work of these 6 servants. This official agrees. This official agrees. 7 or 8 officials stepped out to vouch for old Princess Yu. The smile on His Majesty's face finally faded a little. Caillou, Xiang Jin, and the others, who were kneeling in the corner with their mouths gagged, had no color on their faces. They shook their heads with all their might and cried. Ning Shu glanced at them lightly, a trace of pity appearing in her heart. Was it Hui Mama and the 5 servant girls who conspired together, or was it old Princess Consort Yu who was covering up for her? My daughter has been pacing back and forth between these 2 possibilities, unable to make a decision. Especially after hearing that the 4th young mistress had more or less scolded and punished these servants. It's hard to guarantee that these servants won't hold a grudge and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Following Ning Shu's words, Xiang Jin and the others trembled. Every bone in their body seemed to have been broken and they collapsed to the ground. Their teary eyes were filled with despair. Wang Han snorted and pointed at Mother Hui. He said loudly, "Then this case is clear. Send these servants to prison and torture them. I believe that we will be able to find out the truth soon. Especially this stubborn Mother Hui. She must be the mastermind." Everyone's gaze followed Wang Han's finger and looked at Mother Hui, who had been kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Unknowingly, the dark clouds above them had gathered and the sky was getting darker. She slowly raised her head and the ravines that had been eroded by time seemed even darker under the gloomy sky. "Lady Ning, up until now, everything is just your conjecture. There isn't a single piece of evidence. Lady Ning, are you going to use your glib tongue to frame this old servant? Even if I die, I won't be convinced." Everyone looked at each other. That's right. If there was no conclusive evidence, no matter how wonderful the deduction was, it would still be a deduction. It wouldn't count, and it wouldn't be able to convince the people of the world. On the contrary, the commoners became suspicious and casually pulled a few scapegoats to cover up the truth of concubine Qi's murder. This old woman looked thin and weak, but her words were unexpectedly sharp. Tan Siwei frowned and looked at Ning Shu worriedly. Ning Shu said, "Actually, there is evidence. It's just that 4th young miss, Lord Qi, and Madam Qi all trust you too much and gave the evidence the perfect cover." Mother Hui sneered, "I'd like to hear the details. For example, after 4th miss went missing, Madam Qi gave out porridge for several days in a row, praying that the gods in the past would be moved to appear and send 4th miss back. The one who first thought of that idea wasn't Madam Qi, but you, Mother Hui, right? That's why you still couldn't find her and sent someone to deliver the porridge to the bridge, only to find out that 4th miss had been thrown into a pile of beggars." Mother Hui sneered and shook her head with a firm expression. "This old servant just suddenly remembered a story that I've heard before. A rich family lost a child and washed their face with tears all day long. They kowtowed to the Bodhisattva and begged for forgiveness. The Bodhisattva pitied them and told them in their dreams that if they were truly sincere, then they should do 100 good deeds. If they persevered and truly moved the heavens, then the heavens would fulfill their wishes. When 4th miss went missing, Madam almost cried herself to death. Everyone in the residence went out and couldn't find her. This old servant had no choice but to tell Madam this story. In the end, the one who made the decision was Madam, not this old servant. Lady Ning, how can you suspect this old servant just because this old servant told a story?" Chapter 210. Mother Hui is indeed worthy of being an etiquette instructor from the palace. You're so eloquent. Ning Shu nodded and sighed in admiration. Her lips curved slightly. Ever since 4th young miss was found, I noticed a very strange thing. As long as fourth young miss was awake, she would shout that she wanted to escape. She also kept begging not to skin me. Logically speaking, the Chi residence is her home. With her parents and brothers in the residence, it should be the place that gives her the greatest sense of security in the world. Mother Hui, please explain to me why she would have such a reaction. Mother Hui lowered her eyes and sighed. Perhaps during the time she was missing, Miss suffered a great shock and couldn't recognize anyone. She couldn't even tell that she had returned home. Ning Shu pressed on. Then how do you explain why it was useless for Lord Qi and Mistress Qi to coax her? She would only calm down for a moment when she saw you, Mother Hui. Perhaps it's because this old servant has taken care of Miss for so many years, so Miss trusts this old servant a lot. Ning Shu smiled. Ah, she can't recognize her parents, but she trusts you a lot. Such a deep master-servant relationship is really touching. Mother Hui's eyelids suddenly twitched and her expression changed visibly. However, she still gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat so easily. Then, according to Lady Ning, what is the reason? The truth is that it's not trust, but fear. It's so great that when she smells your scent and hears your voice, she will feel deep fear and despair. That fear causes her to instinctively want to escape as soon as she leaves your sight. It also causes her to immediately curl up and not dare to move when you arrive. She's as obedient as a sparrow in a cage. Ning Shu quickly asked, Lord Qi, perhaps you still have a deep memory of what happened yesterday. Lord Qi was still in a state of extreme shock and nodded stiffly. Yesterday, Yu was agitated and stole a servant's scissors and everything that had happened in the past few days was like a knife that cut into this father's heart. This knife was followed by another knife. Until now, he was in so much pain that his entire body was numb. He took a deep breath and finally found some strength to continue his story. After that, she drew wolf paw prints on the wall with her own blood. After that, more than a dozen servants worked together to stop her. At the end of his speech, he raised his hand to cover his face and sobbed silently. Then, Lord Qi must still remember that after fourth miss painted the entire wall yesterday, she turned around and said something to us. She said, "Look, I drew it. Don't they look alike?" Lord Qi nodded. Then, does Lord Qi still remember the subtle movement she made when she said those words? When she said that, she looked ingratiatingly in a certain direction. Following Ning Shu's reminder, the incident that happened yesterday once again returned to Lord Qi's mind, causing his mind to constantly replay every minute detail that he had seen at that time. He didn't find it the first time, so he carefully recalled it the second time and the third time. At that time, she seemed to have looked in the direction of my wife. No. No. She wasn't looking at my wife, but Mother Hui, who was standing diagonally behind my wife. Lord Qi suddenly turned around, his pair of red eyes opened wide as he stared fixedly at Mother Hui. It was only now that he was finally willing to admit that the loyal servant he had personally chosen for his daughter was actually the main culprit behind his precious daughter's entire tragedy. Chapter 211. Facing such a gaze, old Mistress Hui subconsciously touched something in her sleeves and said sarcastically, at that time, fourth young mistress had already lost her mind. This is something that everyone knows. She inadvertently glanced in my direction. This was just a coincidence. How can you conclude that it was me who did it with just a glance? I've seen other officials looking for conclusive evidence to solve a case. Do you only rely on a few words from me or a random glance from fourth young mistress? That Lady Ning is really a strange person. She was still so stubborn and tried to quibble. Ning Shu gently shook her head and sighed, Mother Hui, you keep asking me if I have conclusive evidence. I can tell you that I do. And that thing should be on you right now, that old red fortune bag. As if God had suddenly stopped everything, Mother Huey's face suddenly froze. The hand that was subconsciously half hidden in her sleeves instantly pressed down on something in her sleeves, as if she was pressing down on her own life. I have to admit that everything you did before was too flawless. You acted so vividly that I couldn't put the word murderer on you. So I couldn't understand the process of the crime until I accidentally found the fortune bag you dropped. Ning Shu looked at her deeply. At that time, your reaction was very fast. You said that the fortune bag belonged to fourth young mistress when she was young. In order to pray for her to recover her consciousness, you took it out and wore it. So I didn't think too much about it. It was only after the incident that I realized that you were lying. That wasn't fourth young mistress's fortune bag at all. The Qi family was a big family, and as the apple of the Qi family's eye, the fourth young mistress should have received the best since she was young. Even a random orchid planted in the fourth young mistress courtyard was a very precious species, not to mention the things she used personally. And the fortune bag you dropped was made of the most common red cotton cloth. You wanted to cover up your lie in a moment of desperation, but you didn't know that it was your only flaw. It was because of this small flaw that I locked onto you as a suspect. Mother Hui was at a loss for words. She opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. She knew that she was at the end of her tether. The case was settled. She loosened her sleeves, and the red cotton bag that she had been hiding in her sleeves finally slipped out and landed in front of everyone. Great anger rushed to Lord Qi's head, making him dizzy. He rushed to Mother Hui with bloodshot eyes. If it wasn't for the Imperial Guards stopping him, Lord Qi would have already pulled out a sword and stabbed Mother Hui. Why? Mother Hui, how did the Qi family treat you unfairly? You want to take revenge on us like this? Why? Ever since I invited you to the estate to teach you, 8 years ago, I've always given you the best treatment, the greatest trust, and the greatest respect in the estate. You, has even treated you like a wet nurse. Why? Why? Exactly why? A father's roar, filled with heart-wrenching grief, infected everyone present. For a moment, the entire place was silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Under the cover of the dark clouds and Lord Qi's blood-red eyes, Mother Hui lowered her head and picked up the lucky bag that had fallen to the ground. She didn't care that it was old and faded. Instead, she carefully brushed away every single speck of dust on it and put it to her chest. She said in an extremely soft voice, as if she was coaxing a baby to sleep, "Yes, why? I also want to know." After she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her head and met Lord Qi's gaze with the same hatred. Every word was filled with resentment and hatred. I also want to know why you and your wife gave birth to such a demonic daughter who killed the most important person in my life. Chapter 212. Both of them were over 50 years old. Their once flat faces were now filled with wrinkles, and their black hair was gradually dyed with silver. They were like two beasts that were gradually losing their strength and walking toward old age. However, at this moment, these two old beasts, because of their strong hatred, faced each other again. It was as if they were ready to start a fight at any moment to vent their anger. The direction of the matter was too shocking. For a moment, all the bystanders were confused. Even the emperor paused, his eyes full of confusion. When I discovered the abnormality of the fortune bag, I was also very confused. As everyone knows, Hui Mama has been single ever since she left the palace. She has never married, much less had a child. Hui Mama's family is also very small. When she left the palace, she was already 30 years old. Her only sister had married far away, and she could not see her children. Logically speaking, there was no need for a fortune bag. So, why did she have such a fortune bag that belonged to a young child? She also carried it with her and treasured it very much. Ning Shu's story was very interesting. Even Feng Jing, the minister of the Supreme Court, who had always been ill and did not interrupt anything, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Yes, this is too strange." Noticing that His Majesty's eyes had drifted towards him, the old man immediately coughed a few times, leaned against the pillar next to him uncomfortably, and clutched his chest as he cried out in pain. At first, my daughter had the same idea as official Feng. The acting was truly spectacular. Ning Shu looked in his direction, smiled lightly, and then said seriously, "Before solving this mystery, Your Majesty, please listen to my daughter talk about another case. A few days ago, a man named Feng San died in Yinma Alley in the north of the city. To the side, the entire Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court had been stolen by this little girl." Wang Han, who was very unhappy in his heart, crossed his arms in front of him and huffed coldly, "The case hasn't been solved yet. Why are you talking about those unrelated people? The Emperor is very busy every day. He doesn't want to waste time with you." Tan Siwei tried to smooth things over by saying, "Lord Wang, please calm down. This humble subject was fortunate enough to be involved in Feng San's death. There is a great connection between this humble subject and the disappearance of the 4th Mississippi. This humble subject discovered it when I accompanied Lady Ning to investigate the hiding place of the Qi family's 4th young Mississippi. By the time we arrived at the door and pushed it open, we discovered that the person was already dead in the courtyard of her home. Not a single inch of her skin was left, and wolf pelts were sewn onto her body. And his skin." Tan Siwei still felt nauseous when he thought of the scene where Ning Shu and Huema cut open Feng San's stomach and fished out a pile of things. It was hard to describe the situation at that time. "I believe Lady Ning will give Your Majesty a satisfactory explanation later." Ning Shu nodded at Tan Siwei to express her gratitude. She then continued, "The reason why my daughter mentioned Feng San is because it was this person who caused all the tragedies that followed. He was also the main culprit behind the thousands of families in the capital. On the surface, he was a fur trader and horse dealer, but in reality, he was a trafficker who specialized in kidnapping and selling young children. Lord Tan found a book in his home, which recorded in detail the evil deeds he had committed during those years. Starting from the 7th day of the 9th lunar month in the 15th year of natural selection, he successively abducted hundreds of young children and sold them out of the city to other places. It wasn't until the 3rd month of the 16th year of natural selection that His Majesty strengthened the guards at the city gates, which made him unable to continue his business. An official who had worked in the Ministry of Revenue immediately said, "This humble subject has some recollection of that time. During those 2 years, there were many reports of missing children in the capital, so this humble subject reported it to His Majesty. His Majesty was wise enough to notice that something was amiss. He made a prompt decision to double the number of guards at the city gates and set a rule that Yang Chengwei would patrol the city 4 times a day. Only then did the number of people reporting the missing children gradually decrease. Unfortunately, the missing children still couldn't be found. Because he thought of another tragic method, the words that represented the most evil recorded in the book came back to Ning Shu again, causing her to close her eyes. Make, leakin. When she heard those 2 words, Mrs. Huey's heart violently twitched, as if the most painful piece of flesh in her heart had been forcibly gouged out by someone. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Chapter 213. The so-called lycanthropes are made of children under the age of 10. Boiling water is poured over their skin, and the skin is peeled off bit by bit from the nape of their neck. Then, fresh wolf skin is immediately pasted on their bloody skin and wrapped in cloth, allowing them to grow together. At most, Only 1 out of 10 will survive, and the only one that survives will have their tongue cut out and receive a long period of whipping and scolding. In the end, they will become livestock for others to order around and enslave, and will be pulled into a circus to perform. Ning Shu lowered her eyes and tried to speak in the most concise and calm manner possible. However, the people present, if they didn't already have children, then they had younger siblings or nephews at home. When they heard this, their hearts tightened. As long as they imagined their children falling into the hands of such a demon, they felt their entire body turn cold and their tears dry up. Old Princess Consort Yu stood by the Emperor's side. She couldn't bear to look away and let out a sympathetic sigh. The official from the Ministry of Revenue said, "Then what about the dead ones? How did he get rid of so many children's corpses without anyone noticing? Why didn't anyone notice anything strange and report it to the authorities? There are butchers everywhere in Enma Alley, slaughtering pigs and sheep. The entire alley is filled with the smell of blood, and the old blood stains on the ground are the best camouflage for him." In the 19th year of Heaven selection, after his accomplice, group leader's son, died, he stopped out of fear and cleaned up all the evidence, leaving only that thin handbook. Thus, I am unable to make an accurate judgment as to how he dealt with it. However, after His Highness sent people to investigate, they found that Feng San used horse peddling as a smokescreen. Other than selling so-called horses, he would occasionally sell some fresh horse meat. After hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel their stomachs churn. However, most of them felt fear and unease. On the steps, the Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. "Hee, this is truly a pleasant surprise for us. I didn't expect that such a tragedy would happen in our imperial city, right under our eyes, and we were completely unaware. My beloved officials, you are all in charge of the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and some of you are even Yongchengwei. You are all my right-hand officials. You really have good eyesight." Wang Han and the others immediately kept quiet out of fear. Cold sweat silently soaked their backs. They were speechless. Even if Feng San dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Pass down my orders. Drag Feng San out of the Meridian Gate and whip his corpse. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs in front of the commoners. As you command. Following Ning Shu's train of thought, Tan Siwei quickly came up with a conjecture. Could it be that the little wolf demon from the vaudeville troupe who died tragically 9 years ago, was killed by Miss Chi because she mistook it for a real demon, was related to Mother Hui? Yes. Previously, I had always focused my suspicions on Caillou, Lu Jin, and other people who had lost their children at home, thinking that it was their revenge. It wasn't until yesterday that I inadvertently discovered the flaw in the fortune bag. When I passed by the CIU bureau, I suddenly had an idea, so on a whim, I rummaged through the CIU bureau's file room all night and finally found it. Mother Hui indeed didn't have a biological child, but more than 10 years ago, she had adopted a 3-year-old boy from the CIU bureau. That child's whereabouts had disappeared before you entered the Qi estate. Ning Shu stared at Mother Hui and spoke slowly. Mother Hui, the CIU bureau's scroll has your own handwriting. You can't deny it. You spent 9 years to complete the perfect revenge for your child. Everything that happened in the past is still pardonable, but now you really shouldn't implicate others. Please, admit it. Chapter 2:14. Everyone was curious about the truth, but they didn't expect it to be like this. 9 years ago, the child adopted by Mother Hui was kidnapped by that scum called Feng San and made into a leakin. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to escape death from Feng San, but died in the hands of 4th young Miss Chi. In order to avenge her child, Mother Hui planned for 9 whole years and also died tragically in front of everyone. Could this be what the heavens meant when they said that the heavens were good at reincarnation? In Xianqing Temple, everyone didn't know what to say. The whole place was silent, and even Lord Qi was stunned. The dark clouds above were heavy and had gathered for too long. At this time, it finally began to rain. The guards and eunuchs were stunned for a moment and immediately found canopies and umbrellas to block the rain for His Majesty and the other officials. Kneeling on the hard soil, a drop of rain fell on Mother Huey's eyelashes and slowly rolled down her old eyelids like a tear. In the sparse rain, Mother Hui tightly grasped the fortune bag in her hand and finally opened her mouth. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, but her voice was calm, as if her soul had already been pulled into the underworld and only this useless corpse was left in the human world. She spoke with a hoarse voice, pausing after each sentence. I entered the palace at the age of 11. According to the palace rules, I should have been released at the age of 25. Later, the imperial concubine in the palace said that I was efficient and capable, so she ordered me to serve in the palace for a few more years and help her train a few useful palace maids before releasing me. Thus, the imperial concubine said that I had to wait until I was 30 years old. At that time, women in ordinary families already had a group of children, and some were even about to become grandmothers. As for me, I was alone, and my only sister had already married far away. I spent 19 years in the palace. The moment I stepped out of the palace, I didn't even know where to go. Fortunately, the imperial concubine treated me well and gave me a lot of rewards before leaving the palace, so I didn't have to live on the streets. At first, I thought about whether I should find someone to marry. I didn't ask for anything else, just to have a companion for the rest of my life, to be able to talk to me. At my age, I can forget about joining a good family. At most, I will be a widower or a retired soldier. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. The matchmaker mentioned 3 or 4 candidates for me. They were either gamblers, drunkards, or hot-tempered men who beat their wives away. I looked at each other for a while and gradually gave up on the idea. But do you know? Living alone was too lonely. Every day, from morning to night, I would watch the sun rise and set by myself. The houses next to me would be filled with laughter, while my small courtyard would be completely silent except for the chirping of insects. It was as quiet as a grave in the wilderness. Later on, with the help of others, I began to visit the various noble families to educate their young ladies. At first, I was quite happy doing it, but later on, I looked at those little children who were emitting a milky fragrance, soft and cute, and an uncontrollable desire grew in my heart. I don't want to get married anymore, but I really want to have a child of my own who can chat with me and relieve my boredom. That way, when I'm old, I won't have to worry about where I die. But where can I get a child? Later on, I thought of the CAU Bureau. You don't say, there were quite a few children there. Some were abandoned by their parents because they were sick, some were disabled and almost drowned, and some were too poor to raise them. I looked at those little children who were crying piteously for food and thought, if it was my child, I would rather die than let them live on the streets. Even if I had to feed them with my own blood, I would give them a way out. But fortunately, I also want to have a child of my own, one of them. At this point, a blissful smile appeared on Mother Huey's face. It was as if she had traveled through the river of time and returned to the past. With a nervous heart, she slowly and carefully walked towards the one who was fated to be with her. Since then, she was satisfied and thanked the heavens. She didn't ask for anything else. Chapter 2:15. His parents used to run a tofu shop. When he was still in his mother's womb, his father died of an illness. His biological mother was grieving and became ill after giving birth. She couldn't hold on for 2 years and died with him. When the neighbors found him, he was almost starved to death, so he was sent here. There were so many children in the CIU bureau. They were either crying, fighting, playing, or trying to attract the attention of the mothers in the CIU bureau or asking for food. He was the only one who sat alone in the courtyard and didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the grass sprouts on the ground. The moment I saw him, I knew it was him. So I walked over, took his soft little hand, and brought him home. I changed his name to An. I didn't have any other wishes. I just wanted him to grow up without illness or disaster and become a healthy ordinary person. I wanted him to do some small business or travel around. I just wanted him to be safe and happy in this life. My little An was so sensible that it made my heart ache. When he saw that I was tired from work, he would stand on the stool and tiptoe to pour me tea. When my waist injury recurred on a rainy day, he would take the initiative to massage my back and waist. When he went out, he never said that he wanted to buy snacks or toys. He said that it wasn't easy for his mother to earn money, so he had to be frugal. Although I didn't have enough money to hire the best teacher for him, I had learned some superficial knowledge in the palace. So I taught him word by word. I didn't expect my little An to be so hardworking. He immediately learned a word after being taught once. He could memorize a poem after hearing it once. Sometimes I thought, could it be that God wanted me to suffer for half of my life just to wait for this little baby? It wasn't that he found a way to live for me. It was because I had him that I finally had a home. So I poured my heart and soul into him. I taught him all the great principles that the grand tutors taught the princes in the palace. I taught him to be courteous, to be a gentleman. I taught him to be diligent and to not be arrogant. I taught him to be self-reliant and to be kind to others. I spent a whole 5 years raising my little An into a well-educated and modest gentleman. Until that day, when I came home from work and opened the door, he was gone. More and more raindrops pattered on her face and body, also drenching the bag in her hand. Deep red marks fell one after another, like drops of blood that had just flowed out. I searched like a madman. I searched street after street, knocked on door after door. I didn't know how many days and nights I searched, but my An was gone just like that. I went to the government office to report it, but they told me that with so many children missing every year, it was too difficult to find them. But how can I give up? The Jingji government was unwilling to pay attention to me, so I went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that they were not in charge of me, so I went to the Ministry of Revenue. Later on, those officials avoided me as soon as they saw me. Some people advised me not to look for another one and to adopt another one from the CIU bureau. But how could they know that my little An was a treasure that God had taken pity on me and bestowed upon me with great difficulty? I looked for her for half a year. Just when I was about to lose all hope, I found her. That day, when I was walking on the street with An's portrait, I accidentally saw someone holding a piece of calligraphy. There were 2 auspicious words written on it. When I saw it, my heart trembled. In this world, I can't recognize anyone's calligraphy, but I can recognize this one at a glance. Because I held his soft little hand and personally taught him each stroke. I immediately asked where the calligraphy came from, but that person said that it was written by some wolf demon. With a body full of doubts and incomparable expectations, I went to look for that vaudeville troupe. But I was late, just a few hours late. When I found him, he had already been beaten to death. His little body was stuffed into a cloth bag and casually thrown on the side of the road. When I opened it, Mother Wheat closed her eyes tightly and wailed silently. My little An, who was as obedient as a little fairy child, had already turned into a rotten mess. Chapter 2:16. After living in hell for a long time, one's body would become numb from cultivation and would no longer feel pain. However, she was suddenly sent to heaven and tasted sweetness. Before she had enough, she was kicked down from the heavens. The pain was like numerous needles, each piercing deeply into her bones, making her unable to pull them out and unable to die. She could only cry and roll around in the dead of night, draining every drop of her tears. Lord Chi let out a crazy roar from between his teeth. So from then on, you planned your revenge and schemed to sneak into my Chi residence to kill my you, So what if I did? Mother Hui sneered and raised her head, fearlessly meeting his murderous gaze. With the same hateful gaze, she said, "Why should your child be able to trample on other people's lives at will and still be able to peacefully enjoy wealth and splendor, while my child can only be bullied and defiled, dying tragically on the crowded streets? I waited for more than 30 years for a treasure in the home, but it was all destroyed by you. You didn't teach your own daughter well and indulged her into becoming a devil. Then let me kill this devil. I've been suffering all these years, and now you've finally tasted it. Does it feel good? Lord Chi, do you feel good? You. Lord Chi pointed at her angrily, his entire body trembling. Immense sorrow drowned him, making him unable to say a word. He only felt anger, absurdity, and confusion. Ning Shu said in a low voice, "You killed Leader Sun and Feng San." In the pouring rain, Mother Hui laughed heartily, laughing so loudly. She was not afraid of everyone's gaze, nor was she afraid of the swords and spears in the hands of the imperial guards. She supported herself with one hand on the wet soil and staggered to her feet. "Yes, I killed them all. After I buried her with my own hands, I couldn't sleep night after night. Every time I closed my eyes, I seemed to hear crying in my ear. He said that he was in pain, that his entire body was in pain, and that he died unjustly. As his mother, how can I not avenge him? The first person I found was the fourth young miss of the Chi family, who directly killed By chance, I heard that the Chi family was looking for an etiquette instructor for her, so I used my former connections to find a way to get someone to recommend me to Lord Chi. From there, I successfully entered the Chi family and came to the side of this little murderer. I wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, I quietly watched from the sidelines as I searched for news about Leader Sunday. As a woman, I can't compare to a man in terms of strength, so I have to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. I spent 3 years investigating Troop Leader Sun thoroughly. Then, I set up a trap and lured him to a desolate mountain alone. When he wasn't paying attention, I stabbed him in the throat with a knife and made it look like he was bitten by a wild beast. This way, the authorities wouldn't suspect me. Then, I continued to investigate and finally found that scum, Feng San. After I drugged and tied him up, I asked him why he wanted to harm Do you know what he said? He said, "Who told that bastard to take the initiative to run to his side and tell the stall owner that he wanted to buy 2 pieces of sugar cake?" He looked fair and obedient, so it was easy to deceive him. If I didn't tie him up, who else would I tie up? When I heard that, my heart was about to break. That day, I realized that he had always been afraid that I would be worried when I was working outside, so he never went out alone. The only time he sneaked out was on the day he lost it. It was because he wanted to buy me my favorite candy cake because my birthday was on that day. Therefore, I returned everything that scum had done to back to him. When I heard his miserable screams, my heart was filled with joy. Qi Dianyu was tied up by me and watched everything with her own eyes. She watched me peel off his skin and stuff it into his mouth. She watched me sew the wolf's skin inch by inch on his body. Sure enough, she was scared out of her wits. She went completely crazy. You all know what happened next, so I don't need to waste my breath. Today, I finally avenged her. If you want to kill me or cut me up, come at me. I'm not afraid. Chapter 217. The heavy rain continued to pour down, drenching the old woman. Her eyes were burning like a stubborn pheasant, welcoming death with its head held high. Ning Shu looked at her with a complicated expression. Her heart was filled with sour emotions, causing her to turn her head away. Tan Siwei's doubts were still not completely resolved. He frowned and asked, if she did all these things, then how did fourth Miss get burned to death just now? Even Lord Qi himself testified that Mother Hui was always by fourth Miss's side and had no chance to do anything. Also, concubine Qi clearly poured water, so how did fourth Miss catch fire? I really don't understand this. Ning Shu said softly, I said that she did do something, but she wasn't the only one. This seemingly mysterious and strange thing actually only required the cooperation of two people. Forsythia, bring the golden spirit with the holy water and let the officials smell it. Forsythia immediately did as she was told. An official with a sensitive nose quickly smelled something strange. He frowned and asked curiously, why does this golden spirit smell like garlic? It's not the smell of garlic, but the smell of phosphorite. It's a very difficult thing to preserve, so it usually needs to be placed in water. Once exposed to the air and exposed to direct sunlight or high temperatures, it will spontaneously ignite and create sparks. The green willow, the wisps around the tomb on a summer night were caused by this thing. Moreover, this thing is white or slightly yellow. If it's placed in the golden spirit, it's hard to tell if it's in the water if you don't look carefully. At that time, the Taoist priests sprinkled a lot of cinnabar and black dog's blood around fourth Miss's body. Thus, it was an excellent camouflage. Tan Siwei thought for a moment and asked, but even if the phosphorite was sprinkled on fourth Miss's body and caused sparks, wouldn't the sparks be extinguished by the water that was sprinkled on her body at the same time? Then we have to mention the other arrangement that Mother Hui had carefully set up. Ning Shu brought over the copper plate that contained Qi Zhuanyu's charred flesh and clothes to His Majesty. My daughter was born with a sensitive nose. Just now, when I was examining fourth Miss's body, I suddenly smelled a little saltpeter on her body. After careful examination, I finally discovered the mystery. If my guess is correct, fourth young Miss clothes actually have a compartment that contains several kinds of things, namely quicklime, saltpeter, sulfur powder, and charcoal. When the water from the golden sage sprinkled down, the quicklime in the interlayer of the clothes immediately absorbed the water and released a large amount of heat, which in turn helped the phosphor stone to burn even faster. When the phosphor stone sparked, it immediately ignited several other things in the interlayer. When those things were mixed together, they were equivalent to a powerful piece of gunpowder. From then on, it was out of control, and the fourth young miss was completely set on fire. I have to say, Mother Hui, you're too smart. When I went to the storeroom to look through the brocade boxes, you used a similar trick, didn't you? It's just that you've already used the same trick once. You really shouldn't use it a second time. When Ning Shu's voice fell, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. No one would have thought that such a vulgar and lowly-looking old woman would actually painstakingly plan such an unimaginable trick just to avenge her adopted son who had no blood relations with her. Lord Qi muttered, it's her, it's her. No wonder when Zhuanyu got off the sedan chair, she deliberately put this piece of clothing on Zhuanyu. I thought she was worried that the altar would be too cold and cause Zhuanyu to catch a cold. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. I actually allowed her to murder my daughter right under my nose. Lord Qi raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. He was sobbing uncontrollably as tears and snot flowed down his face. Mother Hui's face revealed a cold sneer. She silently raised her head and looked at the sky, as if her obedient and cute little one was smiling and waving at her from the sky. Chapter 218. Looking at this old woman who was like an ant, the emperor's eyes darkened. Everyone was silent. After a while, the emperor suppressed his anger and asked, "Then why did you frame concubine Qi?" Mother Hui sneered, "Concubine Qi is the Qi family's biggest support. Without her protection, how could Lord Qi have the guts to indulge his daughter to the point of killing people on the street? How could Qi Zhuanyu be so cruel and unreasonable, beating and killing her servants? Her Qi family deserves to be reduced to such a state." "Shut up. How dare you?" Wang Han looked at the emperor's expression and immediately reprimanded, "Then who are your accomplices? Hurry up and tell us the truth." Mother Hui shook her head firmly, "You don't have to look for them. There is no one else. I did everything alone. I spent 8 years to gain the trust of everyone in the Qi family. That day, after I helped Qi Zhuanyu into the hall to rest, I used the excuse of tidying up the silk satin to drug her, tie her into a brocade box, and drag her out. Then, I took a soft pillow and stuffed it under the blanket to make it look like someone was sleeping. As for the hair that old consort you saw, it was a wig that I had prepared beforehand. After old consort you left, I took the opportunity to light the sleeping incense to knock out the other 5 people. Then, I secretly took out the wig and stuffed it into the washtub. Then, I restored the room to its original state. When the others woke up, I also pretended to wake up with them. It was a very short time, so no one suspected me. After the incident, the Imperial Guards turned the entire fragrant hall upside down, but no one thought to look for that stinky washtub. Naturally, I had plenty of time and opportunity to quietly deal with it. Ning Shu knew that Mother Hui obviously wanted to take all the blame by herself, but there were too many flaws in her words. Ning Shu couldn't help but sigh softly and say in a low voice, "Mother Hui, even if according to what you said, 4th Mrs. disappearance was caused by you alone, you are just an old palace maid who left the palace. What ability do you have to sneak into the Imperial Astronomer to be a ghost on the signature? Also, Feng San is tall and strong, and there is also Qi Zhuanyu. How could you deal with the 2 of them at the same time? Also, I roughly estimated that we would need at least 5 people to work together to replace Hua Jian in Weiyang Palace. If you don't have anyone to help you, you won't be able to complete such a huge plan by yourself." Mother Hui stiffened, but she still straightened her neck and said, "Feng San and Qi Zhuanyu, that's because I drugged them beforehand. Naturally, they didn't have the ability to resist. As for the Imperial Astronomer's divination stick, that was the will of the heavens. I was just following the heavens' will and made another one to scare her. I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want to kill someone, then kill me. Then this king will kill you, you bitch." Hearing the news, Xiao Yunsu hurriedly rushed over. After visiting Imperial concubine Qi, he held a sword and angrily pushed through the crowd. Seeing that he was about to swing his sword and chop off Mother Hui's head, the guards beside him hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. However, they couldn't stop Xiao Yunsu from howling in grief and indignation. "My precious cousin actually died in the hands of a slut like you. And my imperial concubine mother. Imperial father, I just went to visit imperial concubine mother. She already can't recognize me. I beg imperial father to tear her into pieces and kill all 9 generations of her family." Hurried gasps could be heard behind the curtain of rain. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to make a sound. No one would have thought that after the previous 4th young miss of the Qi dynasty, that gorgeous concubine Qi, who was like an undefeated flower, would finally step onto the path of madness after personally burning her own niece to death with a cup of holy water. After Ning Shu heard that imperial concubine Qi was also delirious, the ominous premonition in her heart reignited. From the moment the imperial astronomer's divination revealed the appearance of the first divination stick, every event and every scene quickly flashed through her mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Mother Hui, who wasn't surprised at all. Her gaze then searched for another face that was as silent as water. From the beginning to the end, a total of 2 divination sticks had appeared. Didn't that mean? Ning Shu's heart thumped. She immediately said, "Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Qi might be in danger." Chapter 219. What? His Majesty's face turned green when he heard this. His bright yellow dragon robe flew in the wind. He immediately rushed to the quiet room where Imperial concubine Qi was temporarily placed. But before he stepped into the room, he heard a few terrified screams coming from inside. "Ah! Poisonous bees! Nyang nyang!" The head eunuch's expression changed. He immediately blocked in front of His Majesty. "Guards! Protect the Emperor! Imperial guards, go save Nyang Nyang!" "Mother!" Xiao Yunsu roared and wanted to rush in. But he was knocked back by the eunuch who was running for his life. "Ah ah ah ah!" The quiet room was a mess. Countless poisonous bees buzzed and flapped their wings. They flew towards the palace maids and eunuchs who were serving inside. They stabbed their poisonous stingers into their flesh, causing them to roll on the ground and scream miserably. Some of them even died. There were even more poisonous bees that flew out from the open door and rushed towards the guards and officials. Ning Shu picked up the corpse of a poisonous bee and carefully examined it. It really was a ghost head bee. Everyone in Xianqing Temple was in danger. Everyone was hiding and running for their lives as if they were in purgatory. Only in the heavy rain, Mother Hui laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha. Retribution or retribution. Ha 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 ha." Ning Shu turned to look at her and slowly pursed her lips. Her premonition was right. From the beginning to the end, there were 2 cursed sticks. They were not repeated threats. One stick represented Qi Zhuanyu and the other one represented Imperial concubine Qi. Their goal had always been these 2 people. They would not let either one go. "Use fire!" Ning Shu shouted with all her might. But the rain was too loud. Her voice had long been drowned out by the panicked screams and cries. She bit her lower lip and quickly looked around. Soon, her eyes fell on the large basin of firewood in the middle of the execution field that had not been completely extinguished by the rain. She did not care about anything else. She immediately picked up a torch and covered her face with her sleeves. She burned it towards the door of the quiet room where the poisonous bees were still flying out. Before she could run to the door, the back of her neck was suddenly grabbed by a hand. A familiar voice sounded in her ear. It had a rare anger. "Do you want to die? Or do you think too highly of yourself and think you have 9 lives?" Ning Shu turned around and saw that it was indeed Xiahou Qing. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Your Highness." Xiahou Qing's face was calm and he ignored her. He pulled her behind him with one hand and said to the side, "Huimo, Jussi, go." Huimo immediately took out 2 torches from the brazier and gave one to Josie. Then, he took out a bottle of wine from his arms and poured it into his mouth. He spat the small flame that was still wet from the rain. The flame suddenly burst into a raging fire. Pulling Forsythia, who was screaming in the crowd, to the side, Huimo raised his eyebrows and smiled. He and Jussi leaped into the air. "Let's go." Some of the more brave and agile guards also started to learn from him. The noisy situation gradually came under control. By the time the Imperial bodyguards risked their lives to rescue Imperial concubine Qi, her body had already been pierced by several poisonous stings. There was even one on her face. The highly poisonous bee stings had pierced deeply into her cheeks, turning her flower-like face purple. She was as ugly as a ghost. Imperial concubine Qi covered her face and screamed crazily, "My face! My face!" The painful tears and snot completely trampled on her image as a beloved concubine. Xiao Yun-su went forward and hugged her. His eyes were blood red, quickly summoned the imperial physician. Quickly! When the last poisonous bee's charred corpse fell to the ground, the emperor finally walked out of the circle of imperial guards. He glanced around and looked at his embarrassed officials and his beloved concubine who had been poisoned. His chest heaved up and down violently. Who can tell me, who did this? The surviving palace maid knelt on the ground and sobbed in horror, its eunuch Jing Zhong. When he was serving imperial concubine Qi, he suddenly released a large bag of poisonous bees from his arms. It was too sudden. None of us expected him to do that. Where is that bastard now? Catch him for me. Here. But he's already. A eunuch, his entire body trembling with fear, pointed at Jing Zhong, who was lying on his back in the corner, facing the heavens. A dagger had pierced deeply into his chest, and blood flowed all over the ground. There were also several wounds on his body from being stung by poisonous bees, but his face carried the most satisfied smile in the world. Chapter 220. Everyone in the palace knew that Jing Zhong was Consort Qi's most trusted eunuch. No matter where she went, she would bring him along to serve her, just like her most loyal dog. However, no one had expected that this old dog would choose to perish together with its master in such a way. But why? There were tens of thousands of eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial palace. They were like ants in a crack in the wall. How much effort would a lowly and disabled eunuch have to spend, and how much luck would he have to accumulate before he could gain the favor of a queen in the imperial palace and become the head eunuch of the imperial palace? Especially when he was following Consort Qi, who had been favored for many years. For a eunuch, this was already a great blessing. How many people were envious? But this Jing Zhong eunuch did such a foolish thing. Could it be that he had been possessed by a ghost? Amidst the sighing and confused discussion, Xiahou Qin calmly opened his mouth and casually recounted Jing Zhong's life. Jing Zhong eunuch, originally surnamed Qin, was from the capital. When he was 12 years old, his father died and his mother was seriously ill. His family was poor and unable to continue, so he voluntarily entered the palace and became a eunuch. At first, he worked as an odd-job worker in the imperial kitchen for 3 years. Later, he offended the head steward of the imperial kitchen and was sent to the imperial horse park to clean horse manure. During an autumn hunt, he risked his life to save Consort Qi, whose horse had fallen from a fright. Because of this, he was recognized and served in the Qian Palace. After a moment of shock, Wang Han slowly came back to his senses. He asked in surprise, "Every year, there are many eunuchs who enter the palace for similar reasons. What does this have to do with him persecuting Consort Qi?" Xiahou Qin curled his lips and lightly sneered. Before his family's accident, his ancestors had been running a tofu shop in the west of the city. You say it has nothing to do with him? Wang Han took a deep breath. Could it be that he actually... He didn't finish his sentence, but most of the people present were shrewd people. Just from these few words, they could guess the general situation. In the corner, Jing Zhong eunuch's body lay facing the sky. His body had been stung by poisonous bees and pierced by blades. His body had also been trampled on when everyone was running for their lives. But the satisfied smile on his face did not fade even in death. Ning Shu quietly walked over, bent her knees, and gently closed his eyes that were not closed. Last night, she searched through the entire night and finally found the record of Mother Huey's adoption. Beside the record, there were a few rough notes about an Er's family background. It mentioned that he once had an elder brother. Therefore, Ning Shu immediately begged Xiahou Qin to investigate further. Sure enough, they found something. The Qin family in the west of the city had made a living by selling tofu for generations. Although they were not rich, they were still able to get by. Until their father suddenly fell seriously ill and passed away, their mother was still pregnant. She washed her face with tears every day. Because of her grief, she fell ill during childbirth and had no money to treat her. Their younger brother was still in his infancy. The slender 12-year-old boy had no choice but to send himself to the palace in exchange for 20 taels of life-saving money to save the lives of his sick mother and younger brother. Unfortunately, his sacrifice didn't get him anything in return. His mother was bedridden for 2 years and finally passed away. As for his younger brother, he was lucky enough to be adopted by Mother Hui. In the end, he also died tragically on the streets. In the dead of night, he looked at his incomplete body and looked at the merciless moon and sky above his head. When he looked back, his enemy was living the most extravagant life in the world in the palace filled with flowers. How did this former boy spend every day and night in torment? He cried silently in the middle of the night. After dawn, he had to show the most respectful smile and kneel at the feet of his enemy to serve him wholeheartedly. He played the role of the most loyal dog to gain the trust of his master. Finally, after so many years of enduring, he had waited for this day. Chapter 221. Tan Siwei lowered his head and furrowed his brows. So you're saying that the cursed lot that the imperial astronomer divined a few days ago was also his doing? Ning Shu said, it should be him. But that day, there were a total of 8 people who followed Consort Chi's orders to collect the lot. How did he do something to the lot in front of everyone? Could it be that there's something wrong with the box? This is actually a very simple trick. Many trick stalls are proficient in it. It's hard to explain in a short time. Lord Tan, please bring out a locked box and I'll demonstrate it to everyone. Tan Siwei quickly ordered someone to bring out a brocade box. Ning Shu thanked him and opened the box in front of everyone. Your Majesty, please look carefully. She casually pulled out a hairpin from her hair and placed it in the brocade box. Then, she said to Tan Siwei, Lord Tan, please personally close the box and lock it. Tan Siwei did as he was told and the bronze lock clicked into place. Ning Shu said again, Lord Tan, please open the lock again. Tan Siwei nodded. However, something surprising happened. After the brocade box was opened, it was empty. The hairpin that Ning Shu had casually put in had disappeared like a puff of smoke. Ning Shu raised her sleeve and the hairpin that had disappeared magically appeared in her palm. Ning Shu said slowly, Lord Tan, you casually found this box just now. I didn't have the opportunity to do anything to it. However, no one saw that when I was putting the hairpin into the box, I secretly wrapped a transparent thread around the end of the hairpin. It wasn't noticeable in the dark-colored box. Moreover, it was dark and raining heavily that night. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, causing people's hearts to palpitate. No one was able to discover that cobweb-like thread. When Lord Tan closed the box, there was a momentary blind spot. I immediately took the opportunity to pull out the thread. At this moment, my daughter was holding the brocade box for Lord Tan with both hands. My daughter's wide sleeves happened to cover the change that happened in that instant. When the box was closed and Lord Tan was busy locking it, he did not realize that there was nothing left in the box. My daughter had only practiced for a few short days. Eunuch Jing Zhong should have already made plans, so his movements would only be faster and more seamless than my daughter's. A similar method can also make an originally empty brocade box suddenly produce a talisman. At this point, the cursed talisman, the disappearance of the living people in the fragrant hall, and the burning of the cup of water were all solved. However, no one present felt happy. They only had mixed feelings. "Your Majesty, please save me. Queen Mother of the West, Jade Emperor, please save me. It hurts." Concubine Chi's screams of pain rang out beside their ears. It was heart-wrenching, and her image was completely destroyed. Many people who had been implicated for no reason were rolling on the ground in pain and wailing. His Majesty glared angrily at Jing Zhong's body. "The antidote. Go to that castrated man and find the antidote." However, even after the guards searched Jing Zhong's body, they still couldn't find any trace of the antidote. "What about Mother Hui? Where is she? She is an accomplice. She must know." The guards immediately turned around to get Mother Hui. However, before they could touch Mother Hui's sleeves, they saw that she suddenly tore open the old fortune bag in her hand and stuffed everything in the bag into her mouth. Then, she smiled proudly at everyone, wiped her mouth, and fell to the ground with a plop. She foamed at the mouth and soon stopped breathing. Amidst the exclamations, Hui Mo immediately ran over to open her mouth and checked her neck and nose. He was stunned. Ning Shu hurried forward. "What happened? What did she eat?" Hui Mo looked at Mother Hui, who had fallen into the black pond. Her face turned from green to purple, and finally returned to the black of death. Hui Mo was stunned and turned his head away. "A lot of oleander powder and arsenic. One lick will kill her. She is already useless." Chapter 222. Wake up. You old thing, wake up for this prince and tell me where the antidote is. Xiao Yunsu stabbed his sword towards Mother Hui's corpse to vent his anger, but Hui Mo blocked it without batting an eyelid. Ning Shu whispered, "Your Highness, she's already dead. Even if you cut her body to pieces, it'll be useless." Xiao Yunsu's veins popped out as he furiously roared, "Then what about my mother? You bunch of trash. Where's the imperial physician? Why hasn't the imperial physician come yet?" Imperial Dr. Zhang and Imperial Dr. Wang, who accompanied them, rushed over after hearing the summons. After checking the corpse of the poisonous bees on the ground and the poisoning symptoms of Imperial concubine Qi and more than a dozen other officials, cold sweat came out from their foreheads. Their faces looked very ugly. They looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. They trembled as they reporting to Your Majesty, Your Highness. The poison that Imperial concubine Qi and the other officials were poisoned with is something unique to the southern border, Ghosthead bee. This bee is extremely poisonous. I've only seen it a few times in medical books, but I've never seen it before. I really can't cure it. Then immediately send someone to bring the antidote from the southern border to this prince." Cold sweat dripped onto the ground as the imperial physicians prostrated themselves on the ground and stammered, "From the time this poison is poisoned to the time of death, the longest is 3 to 5 days, and the shortest is 20 hours. Imperial concubine Qi's body has been stung by poisonous bees the most, and the poison has already entered her heart meridians. The distance from the southern border to the capital is several thousand li. In addition, the terrain there is dangerous and miasma blocking the way. I'm afraid that by the time the antidote arrives, Imperial concubine Qi and the other Darren will already have. Your Highness, please punish us." There were nearly 100 people who were poisoned and injured. After hearing the imperial physician's words, their faces turned ashen and they let out a dying cry. Some of them were officials from the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice who were summoned today to help solve the case. Some of them were palace maids and eunuchs who accompanied the emperor. There were also many Taoists from Xianqing Temple who were implicated. Even Lord Qi, who had just lost his daughter, was stung by the poisonous bee due to excessive grief. One of his arms had turned black. Ning Shu looked at these desperate and empty faces, and her heart filled with complex emotions. She let out a light sigh and whispered to Xiahou Qing, "Your Highness, the person that my daughter asked you to find, have you found the whereabouts?" Xiahou Qing stood with his hands behind his back and slightly lowered his head in her direction. He coldly raised his eyebrows. "What? Do you have doubts about my ability?" As soon as Ning Shu heard this, she knew there was hope. She hurriedly offered flattery and smoothed out this ancestor's anger. "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Your Highness is smart and capable and extraordinary. How could my daughter dare to have the slightest doubt about your Highness? This journey has been hard on your Highness. I will remember this in my heart." Ha! Xiahou Qing sneered in response to her deliberate flattery. He gently played with the finger bone in his hand and casually said, "Jussi, bring the person over." Ning Shu smiled and gave her thanks. Then she lowered her head and took a deep breath. Xiahou Qing's clear and indifferent voice sounded in her ear. "What are you afraid of? With me here, even if the sky falls, it won't smash you to death." Her heart that had been in the air seemed to have found a backer and landed steadily on a slow cloud. Ning Shu couldn't help but curve her lips and raise her head. At this time, her eyes were clear as if they had just been washed by water. Her gaze was steady and powerful. She stepped forward and curtsied to the emperor. In a clear voice, she said, "Your Majesty, my daughter knows who has the antidote." Chapter 223. For a moment, countless pairs of expectant eyes landed on her. Bearing so many expectant and hesitant gazes, Ning Shu's voice was like a green sparrow, flapping its wings powerfully. "This humble daughter and His Highness the Crown Prince have already thoroughly investigated this matter. However, the details are closely related to the secret affairs of the imperial harem and cannot be revealed to outsiders. Your Majesty, please allow the irrelevant people to leave and this humble daughter will tell you the truth." The emperor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. However, the situation was urgent and there was no other choice. The emperor waved his sleeves and ordered the imperial guards to clear out all the irrelevant people present. The injured people were dragged into the surrounding rooms and their eyes and ears were closed. Very quickly, only a few dozen of His Majesty's trusted aides and Xiao Yunzi's group were left in the training hall. Old Princess Yu had experienced the terrifying storm just now and was so frightened that her face was pale. She clutched her chest and coughed repeatedly. Thus, she volunteered herself. "Your Majesty, this old one originally wanted to come and help, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing right after. Your Majesty, official matters are more important. This old one won't cause trouble here." His Majesty nodded and said patiently, "Take care, Imperial Sister-in-law. Zhao Bin, personally escort Imperial Sister-in-law back to the residence." Chief Eunuch Zhao Bin immediately received the order. Just as old Princess Yu turned around, a gentle and clear voice sounded from behind her. "Old Princess Yu, please wait." Old Princess Yu's footsteps paused. Looking at her old and haggard figure, Ning Shu slowly said, "Mother Hui and Eunuch Jing Zhong have already taken their revenge and the results you wanted have also been achieved. However, everyone else present is innocent and should not be buried with your anger and hatred. Please, take out the antidote." Old Princess Consort Yu slowly turned around and looked at her with her eyes that were muddled from old age. What are you talking about? What antidote? Why can't this old one understand? Or is it that this old one's eyes are really muddled and I heard wrongly? You understand. Ning Shu's voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful. My daughter just said that this case was completed by a group of people from the beginning to the end. Among them, Eunuch Jing Zhong and Hui Mama have already surfaced, and Xing, who tampered with the heir consort selection in Weiyang Palace, has already committed suicide. There's only one left, and also the most important one, old Princess Consort Yu, who was in charge of the entire situation. Old Princess Consort Yu couldn't help but laugh. Child, you are really joking. You suspected me just now, and I've already explained it clearly. Mother Hui, who died from poison, also said that she used a trick to deceive me. This case has nothing to do with me from the beginning to the end. Why would this old woman want to harm fourth young Miss and Consort Qi? Cough cough. Your Majesty, this old one's physical strength is truly lacking. Please forgive this old one for taking her leave first. Half of what you said just now is true. Your target has never been the fourth young Miss of the Qi family. You assisted Mother Hui and eunuch Jing Zhong in their revenge only as an exchange. The person you really want to kill is Consort Qi. Because she once caused your death, Ning Shu said word by word, your only daughter. Following Ning Shu's narration, old Princess Consort Yu's benevolent and loving expression cracked inch by inch and froze in place. She turned around and angrily shouted at Ning Shu, "What nonsense are you talking about? Ever since I married into Prince Yu's estate, I've only given birth to 2 sons for the old prince. I've never had a daughter. Daughter of the Ning family, if you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame this old one for using my age and status to punish you for your disrespect." Chapter 224. Ning Shu, you have to pay attention to your words. Chief Eunuch Xiao Bin swept the tail of his spear and immediately reprimanded Ning Shu. The matter of the imperial bloodline is as important as Mao Tai and cannot be slandered. Furthermore, old Princess Consort Yu has a revered status. How dare you slander her so rudely? Quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The imperial family was known as the imperial family because it had a supreme status and the most precious bloodline in the world could not be mixed with anything else. Therefore, every child of the imperial family would be recorded in detail in the records of the Internal Affairs Department until their death. Old Prince Yu was the closest and most trusted elder brother of His Majesty. In the prince's residence, only the South Pacifying Prince's residence had a special status that could be compared to him. Every time Prince Yu's residence gave birth to a prince or princess, His Majesty would reward them greatly. Thus, everyone knew that old Princess Consort Yu had given birth to 2 legitimate sons for old Prince Yu. Unfortunately, both of them died while suppressing bandits. Every time His Majesty thought about it, he would feel sad. Why did Ning Shu suddenly mention a daughter today? Wasn't this hinting that old Princess Consort Yu's body was not upright? This was a great humiliation to both old Princess Consort Yu and Prince Yu's residence. This Ning family's eldest daughter was young, but her courage was bigger than a leopard's. However, everyone present silently raised their heads and secretly glanced at old Princess Consort Yu, who had fallen silent after her outburst. Everyone in the capital knew that old Princess Consort Yu had always been amiable and benevolent. She stood aloof from worldly affairs and treated everyone with tolerance. However, because of her excessive anger, she clutched her chest and gasped for breath. Her hands trembled like withered branches in the cold winter and could be broken by a gust of wind at any time. Everyone present was His Majesty's trusted aides and their mouths were tighter than the hardest rock in the world. However, this did not stop their brains from thinking, guessing, and doubting. Could this matter be? Everyone's hearts thumped and they hurriedly lowered their heads, not listening, not thinking, and obediently turning themselves back into a rock. This was the best way to preserve their lives. Looking at old Princess Yu's angry and embarrassed expression, His Majesty frowned and didn't say anything. He seemed to be deep in thought. Amidst this indescribable silence, Xiahou Qing calmly gathered his cloak and took a step back towards the corridor, not allowing the raindrops to splash on him. Then he said casually, "Your Majesty, the reason why rumors can run rampant in this world is because when they first started, everyone thought them to be ridiculous and laughable, not to be believed. So they put them at the back of their minds and ignored them. Little did he know that this gave it the opportunity to distort and expand. From Li Kuei to Li Gui, and from Li Gui to a horrifying monster. Therefore, this official believes that rather than allowing this rumor to destroy the prestige of Prince Yu's residence, old Princess Consort Yu, and the late old Prince Yu, it would be better to explain it clearly today and completely extinguish the flames before it ignites. Your Majesty is wise and far-sighted, so you can naturally distinguish between right and wrong and return old Princess Consort Yu's innocence." After listening to Xiahou Qing's words, His Majesty pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. His gaze moved to Ningxu. "Then, we will give you a chance. Remember, if there is a single false word or unfounded speculation, we will not tolerate it." Ningxu bowed her head and thanked him respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I am willing to use my head as a guarantee that there is not a single false word in what I am about to say." Chapter 225. After bowing, Ningxu raised her head and slowly said, "Ever since I was a child, I have always listened to my father's teachings. What I heard the most was the principle of brothers working together through thick and thin. Because my father often used Your Majesty and the late old Prince Yu as examples, I have always remembered it in my heart and never forgot to practice it. Ever since Imperial Brother passed away 6 years ago, there are fewer and fewer people who still remember him. Especially in the past 2 years, there are very few people who have mentioned him. Among those few people, most of them are just trying to figure out what I'm thinking and trying to curry favor with me. I didn't expect your father to be such a considerate person." His Majesty sighed with emotion. "Imperial Brother really treated me well. Please continue." "Among them, what I remember most clearly is the rebellion of Zhao Wenzhong in Jingzhou 38 years ago. At that time, as the fourth prince, Your Majesty and old Prince Yu worked together to quell the rebellion. After going through countless difficulties and dangers, you finally defeated the rebels and saved the people from disaster. Every time I hear about it, I can't help but feel my blood boil. I only hate that I was born too late and was unable to experience Your Majesty and old Prince Yu's indomitable spirit. It is truly a great regret." His Majesty laughed and shook his head. "That was the first time I led troops to quell a rebellion, and I met Zhao Wenzhong. That Zhao Wenzhong was the world's most arrogant and rebellious rat. He actually dared to declare himself as the divine dragon king of heaven's mandate. At that time, I was still young and hot-blooded. When I heard about it, I immediately asked the previous emperor for permission to quell the rebellion. However, I carelessly underestimated the cunning of that traitor and almost fell into his trap. After 3 days and 3 nights of bloody battle, more than half of the soldiers I led were killed or injured. The situation was urgent. That traitor arrogantly shouted from the city gate tower, saying that he wanted to capture me alive. At that critical moment, I didn't expect Imperial Brother to risk his life and charge into the thousands of soldiers and horses to bring me out of the encirclement. This gave me the opportunity to beat him at his own game. I lured him into the Chilean gorge and caught him like a turtle in a jar. I took the opportunity to shoot an arrow through his head. The morale of the enemy troops immediately collapsed and they fled like rats. After a few more days of encirclement and suppression, all the rebels were finally wiped out. When we cut off the head of the last rebel leader, there were 4 wounds on our body, and Imperial Brother had 5 or 6. But when we looked at each other and laughed, it was truly the best feeling in the world." Recalling the glory of the past, the Emperor's wrinkled face, which had been eroded by time, showed a strange radiance. It was as if he had instantly returned to his youth, when he was not afraid of death and was reckless and frivolous. Everyone was praising His Majesty for his bravery, but no one noticed that old Princess Consort Yu was clenching her fists so hard that her fingernails were digging into her palms. Ning Shu looked silently and finally had to say, "I heard that old Princess Consort Yu also participated in that battle." The Emperor nodded and said, "Imperial sister-in-law has always been brave, and she is deeply in love with Imperial brother. Therefore, every time Imperial brother went out to battle, Imperial sister-in-law would beat the war drums to boost the morale." Dressed in red, she looked valiant and formidable. She was praised by everyone back then. However, that battle was too tragic. In order to save Jin, Imperial brother accidentally separated from Imperial sister-in-law. Fortunately, there was a loyal subordinate who protected Imperial sister-in-law all the way back to the capital and reunited with Imperial brother. Otherwise, Jin would feel guilty for the rest of Jin's life. The Emperor said apologetically, "Imperial sister-in-law, you were frightened that time. Old Princess Consort Yu was like a withered tree on the verge of death. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Stiffly, she raised her head and squeezed out a dry smile. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be so polite. This old one is fine. Look, didn't this old one live well to this day?" After that, old Princess Consort Yu did not participate in any battles with the army. She recuperated at the Yanyun Terrace for more than a year before returning to the capital. After that, she lived in seclusion and did not leave the residence unless it was necessary. She also did not see anyone until old Prince Yu passed away. Ning Shu did not say much. In just a few short sentences, it was as if she had touched on the subject. But the hidden meaning within made everyone present shudder with fear and trepidation. Even the Emperor's face suddenly changed. This old one was frightened. What's wrong with recuperating at the Yanyun Terrace? As for whether or not to leave the residence, it is this old one's freedom. Do I need the permission of a silly girl like you?" Old Princess Consort Yu clutched at her chest and panted rapidly. Every line on her face was taut to the extreme. She almost shouted, "Ning Shu, what do you want to say?" "This humble girl does not want to say anything. I am just stating a fact," Ning Shu said softly. "You did have a daughter for a short period of time. That daughter was unfortunately conceived in the chaos of war 38 years ago and died in the palace 6 years ago. She was a literary talent. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.